Seriously? Alright. Am I here? That's the question of the day. And audible. There we go. Yes. Fixed it. It's like the two-step. Alright. Anyway. Let's see here. Alright. We'll see how long it holds, won't we? Alright. Yeah, I got the sound fixed and it was still. Then it went dark. Fix that. It's a two-step process these days, right? Alright, so are you gonna start now too? Yes, you are. Yes, he is. Can you get off of my cookies? Thanks. Cat life. He's being all with me because I'm gonna do all this stuff. Right. Anyway, so yesterday night, um, well, yesterday during the day, I had titled live and was gonna come live, and then, things I had to take care of and do ran longer than what I thought, anticipated, and then I was like, by the time dinner was done for the whole fam, I was just tapped. So I was like, well, I'll just wait until tomorrow. And then it was brought to my attention after I was chilling for even still like 10ish maybe or something. I became aware that this had taken place yesterday, somewhat earlier in the day. And I was like, when I was sitting there, I was like, question mark? And they were like, it's fucking Chris McDonough and Nancy Grace's. I was like, recently? you know? Yeah, apparently so. And then I was like, oh, well, that explains the movements and reschedules of some, and making sure they can coincide same day that they would absolutely know and be aware that McDonough was going to, yeah, alright. It's like, well, that's interesting, but not in the world of tragedy pants. And then I was also wondering why people started losing their minds or much. Well, it's been the case during this cycle, but like everyone, every year, but at certain periods. Uh, but I was like, well, that explains what it seemed like my title pissed you folks off yesterday. And why people were having like full on panic at the discos about them. People that normally don't make contact are like, hey, 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 hey. But they ain't got time any other time otherwise, you know? And I'm like, oh, and see when they do that, oh, that generally means somewhere down the line the team doesn't want you, whatever, and they want you fucking distracted and see which way the wind's blowing, whatever, you know, it's just same shit, different day. Right? So, I'm like, whatever, you know? I was just like, I'm not touching that motherfucking button tonight, ladies and gents, right? Um, and I didn't. I was like, no, 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 no. I know what's gonna happen when I touch Talking Head and Queen of the World Tragedy Pimp. I don't like that bitch anyway. I have not since like way back in the O.J. Simpson days. Fuck that bitch, okay? She skews me out. You can look at her, there's something wrong with that hoe bag. I ain't ever been a fan of Nancy Grace. I ain't ever gonna be, in this over all these years is damn sure made me not be a fucking fan of that cunt. So, talk about original tragedy, man. By God, that's it. So yeah, I'm a pass. And then after learning all these things and becoming inner workings, watching her for years now, have a bunch of frauds, pieces of shit, and that type of thing up there. I know, no man. So, anyway, especially McDonough's bunch of dirt weasels, you know. Yeah, I'm a pass, and those like Justin and Dolly and JLR and all that. Like, nah, you gonna miss me with that shit, right? Y'all know how I feel about fucking Nancy Grace, okay? Anyway, but yeah, McDonough crawls his ass up on there quite frequently. Even stupid black glove bullshit out of Hope Fort. We're all like, the fuck, dude, you're a detective. You know it's on top of the goddamn stuff. Shut the fuck up, McDonough. You know, you just can't that douche nozzle. And then if you're one of us that have been douche nozzle, McDonough in Summer's case, you know, and have the balls to speak out and be like, fuck that dude too. Dare you, Airstream bastard. Come at me sideways, bro. Um, seriously. You know, I know where, I know what he and this luxurious bunch and so many others done. And I know it goes far beyond him, and he's not the only one. His little section and the tier of the group, you know, but it's like, yeah, no, you bastard. So, it's never a good day when he climbs on Grace's. Him or Jensen or Moselle or any of the rest, all in cahoots and tripod especially. Um, you know, so like I'm not touching that fucking button tonight. So and then yeah, there was some other stuff y'all were up to last night. Was something goofy, and I was just it's like I'm not touching any of that shit. Also, we're gonna touch Ryan's either. 'Cause Lord's. And then him coinciding and doing it and moving it, not coinciding, because it ain't coinciding. It's not an accident that he moved his shit as the dates got closer. And so, and there's a reason why many of y'all know why exactly uh, that happened and transpired. It was not a coincidence. Yeah, we're not gonna do that in here. And not only gonna hide you, I'm gonna report you for that shit. We don't do hate speech here. Anyway, so Can you imagine subscribing and waiting 5 minutes just to post that as well? Anyway, so I wasn't touching any of that shit. I have still not touched Ryan. Can't find shit. I was told about that. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Still not touched it. I'm sure he's up to something heavenly and divine. And, do whatever. With the crew and group and such, I just don't really give a shit right now. We might get to it later. But today, and a few down minutes I had in between all the stuff, I thought, you know what? Let's touch the Nancy pimpin' McDonough button, right? Y'all, by 2 minutes, I was like, the fuck just happened? And then by like, I don't know, a couple more minutes, I was like, excuse me. In between there, I did a basic Google search. I mean, just typed in a certain thing. And I was like, oh, another full ass resume language misrepresentation, climate. Oh my god, it was that quick. You're telling me that the producers and shit of Grace they couldn't even do that? Not a simple fucking Google search. Alright, yeah. Just let the world believe whatever. Like, damn, it took 4 seconds and simple Google search, like 3 words. Came to awareness. They really will, like Pat Brown said. Even she's visited all this shit. Like, and so many others, like, I don't even value. I don't give a fuck what you are as long as you'll say whatever. Hell, there are actually real people that stay the hell away from tragedy pimp land over here who are real detectives, and some guys who are like, fuck those places. They really don't give a shit, and if you have real facts, real shit thrown out, they don't really want anything to do with you. They just want some asshole wants a name or play their game, right? They don't really give a fuck. They don't vet you. They don't give a shit. It's wild that Ryan has had such a decade-long hard time trying to get anywhere like that. Like, the fuck kind of nonsense is that, man? Like, well, Justin on there, I mean, right before I see you, helps him get his teeth kicked in his throat for doing fuck shit in Sebastian's case. Really should strike you as odd since I see you as a shared thing between McDonough, Justin, Ryan, Nana, Dolly. But it's cool though, right? Mm. So, alright. It's probably how Ryan knew to keep moving his shit to fit along. Mm. Either way, I think I got to the part where they brought up Van Hill. And I messaged her, like, this is a fucking joke, right? This is a fucking joke. I just have to turn this shit off. I'm gonna vomit. I laugh, cry, vomit all at the same time, whatever, right? And I was like, I might just instead go live later and do some sort of reaction or I don't know what the hell you call it, cause it ain't funny. It ain't. And I hate to be like, oh, let's capture reactions, cause like, it's gross. I mean, like, absurd, insane. It's intentional tragedy, but it's a whole bunch fucked up. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I'm I hate all this. But I guess we'll play Discover together tonight. I mean, y'all probably already watched it. Most likely, I guess. But I've not. Oh, and I'm not really interested, but for reasons. Eventually, things like this, you sort of have to touch the buttons. I mean, I guess you have to. But when they feature a motherfucker who is pretty high in the hole, fucking with all four of these cases in particular across Tennessee, and like his little ICUs, things like that, and has actually been the one cahooting with the Tragedy Pimp acquisition team made up of super criminals who stalked you on the ground. Real blackmail, real attempted this there, been putting out shit to even try to get you murdered since day one. Well, I don't know what the fuck to say, right? I just, you have to sort of keep up, and then when he puts out shit out of someone else's pie hole that's clearly lying, and we all know is lying, and by we, I mean those of us locally know those damn common sense who have the receipts to prove, and then you're like left going, what the fuck? And he's done it intentionally, and it's destroyed, annihilated, gotten all this shit. And then you think, and you take it all the way back to Paw Patrol, meetings on the ground, possibly the first day or two with, I don't know, somebody connect with him and his little group of critters, right? Mm-hmm. Blackmail things, Stalker, those in the discords initially, all his little ranch holder mines. Way back. It all goes so way back, doesn't it? Some years. So, anyway, you watched it, my boy. Don't give it away for me. Actually, I could probably do a synopsis. But, just be done with it for the night. Make all our lives a little easier, I don't know. But, oh. And then, don't let me forget, I have some things to share with you about some weirdness around here that's been occurring. A couple of stories, some of the wildest shit you could ever imagine. It's been bizarro world the past 2 days. Yeah. Around here. Some of the strangest characters and such. And I'm left wondering, and so are other friends, like, are these just normal weirdos or something like that? And or is this like the brigade in for the season? Their profit. Like, is this like the June 15th cycle of thing? Are these people? Cause see, normally during these days we are fully locked. Don't go out really for several weeks leading and after necessary until they clear. But anyway, so I'm like left with the restaurant going, man, are we running into these fucking characters or is it like just like that? Is this like, I don't know, but I have stories to tell. So I guess we're gonna get on with this show. No, I don't think I'll be reactivating that there YouTube. You can bite me. Um, now what the hell is douchebag's channel under? See, I'm never gonna get rid of him for like a month. No, that wouldn't be what it's under. Lord of mercy, Judy. And I really hate having to type in Summer's names to these fucking jokes. Tragedy. Song.
In theaters July 4th.
Why can I not become a British officer?
Because you are not British, George. There must be a path.
There is not for you.
Go dig my grave.
I sense a storm looming over the Ohio territories.
I could go there, survey it for you.
So you have ambition.
Since the Crown sent me to serve, I've yet to have a good experience with a colonist. I look forward to changing your opinion.
Much of that territory is unexplored. It's wild, unpredictable, and dangerous. What are you called?
George Washington.
Where is that?
A 5-year-old.
I think I'll fucking pass on whatever that bullshit was trying to go by. He has a period piece on George Washington. Nobody tell the costume department. Anyway, or Lord mercy of the set designers. I can't. I'm done. And I guess, judging by his title on Grace's, according to them, the FBI is just now joining the search for someone. It's what it sort of makes it seem like. Am I wrong there? Don't even get me started. Oh, now it's untouchable. What the hell is going on right here? Okay. Yeah, sort of what it makes it seem like. I love that the first link in her shit is for something about American financing. And then the ultimate destination for crime awareness and prevention. Sure, Nancy. Sure. Oh, she's advertising something about like crime online department, crime busting, empowering youth with knowledge, take action, stand up against jailbreaks and more. How in the fuck you gonna stand up against jailbreaks? I'm dead right now. I'm dead. Um, crime busting though. Okay, but what about the criminal she has crawling up on her goddamn panels, committing crimes downright to trying to get people murdered online and fucking and setting up shit around real active, ongoing, high-profile cases? Those don't count. Working in a organized criminal syndicate to do so, very notorious for it. Anybody gonna bust that out anyway? Alright. Jesus. What you wanna put on there, money? I can't. Y'all know how I feel about this shit. Okay, lady. Alright. But which came first, the advertising for some sort of financial place or crime bust? Financial thing first, of course. Alright. Gotta get them sponsors on or whatever. So anyway, I guess we'll carry on.
Girl gets a piece of candy from a 5-year-old little girl gets a piece of candy from grandma, then goes back into her own home to play with her brothers, and she's never seen alive again. How can that be? Where is...
Wouldn't that sense imply she's been seen since, just not? See, this is that bait language, the manipulative language. I think saying she's still, you know what, it's fine. It's whatever brings in the views, I guess. I mean, whatever. Whatever they say.
Summer Wells. Good evening. And she's never seen alive again. How can that be? Where?
Well, I say again. And then, what if people have seen her and just don't recognize her? Or, obviously somebody seen her last, you know, and for somebody's seeing her every day. Why not just go, she's still missing? Nobody's arrested. We need the public to be aware. Why is it all this shit? Why is it always this shit? Because it sells. That's about this shit.
Is Summer Wells. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime.
Always make sure to put emphasis on whatever name you're talking about and do that. It'll make it sound like you care more. Love it. It's amazing. Y'all do it. They do it. Make sure you get the names of, just real fake emotion behind the real names, these real missing and murdered people to make the audience seem like you're really fucking enraged. So it's all fake shit. Just names. Nothing more. Flat images. Entertainment to most people. Including them, it's whatever.
I want to thank you for being with us.
Five-year-old Summer Wells lived with her family in a small Tennessee town. One summer day, she was helping plant flowers before going inside to play with her toys. When her mother went in to check on her, Summer was nowhere to be found.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her has lured her away from here?
I knew right away that she was abducted. I knew that right away, and that's what I told him from the beginning.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded and says Fox News polls.
WJHL TV. How did the dad know she had been abducted immediately? That would not spring to my mind immediately if I could not find my children, either one of them.
And this is probably the only place I'm going to agree with Nancy on. Some of us are still asking ourselves that. Right? Should have been there when Wells just eated that shit out of the pothole in the most weird voice, tone, and once you told me somebody took my baby girl. Excuse me, no. You shake your head at it. You don't say otherwise. The fuck? No, nobody said that, dude. And you're still expecting to find it. I mean, that's the last thought. Even after Dummy yeeted out of his pie hole on the spot. Like, you're like, no. And you shake your head at it, you're like, yeah, whatever the fuck, dude. And you expect to find her somewhere around the properties or in the woods at most, something. Maybe hurt, maybe injured, but you do expect to find her. You think, what a fucking nutbag, dude. What do you mean, like? Because even then, that concept or thought to any of us, especially there, is like foreign. Like, excuse me? People don't take something here. Well, fuck, I know better, like, it's called like a rope in a fucking tree type of shit. You didn't know what? Like, no. But, yeah, I don't know. It's probably the place we're gonna agree. Still wondering that. Been wondering that since, a few minutes after 6:09 p.m., so there's that. Been wondering that. Been wondering why even Candace Sr. Get herself on the news. Her diabetes. Talking about, well, set the boys over, blah, 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 and we just knew, and blah, blah, blah. No, God, not again. The fuck do you mean? Make that make sense. What the fuck do you mean? No, not again. What? And then, I mean, if you thought immediately somebody had abducted, like, or taken her, and anyway, whatever, right? Y'all make distinctions between kidnapping and abduction, yeah. To us, they're all sort of interchangeable, but no matter what, well, then what in the hell would you send the boys down? And then, well, if you're me, there was actually no directives for that. Like, it just, I don't know what the hell, but it was like, excuse me? But obviously, when Candace Sr. giving out the orders right then, either and closest to the boys, but whatever she wants to say, right? So, weird, I can hear the other, it's fine. But, and then how do you get on the news and go, well, like, oh no, not again, da 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 da, and somebody's like, well, how in the fuck would you come to that conclusion if you still have to send the boys down and all the property's not been searched? And then if you're me, you also know the boys did not have time and never went back up there again to inform them and go, hey, she's not there. So, and you see how it doesn't make sense? So, I mean, that's probably the only place we're going to agree. But then also, if you watch and you pay very close attention to what Don's real disappointed about and some of the first interviews, as Solomon's and otherwise, wasn't necessarily the first thing he was saying, he seemed real, I don't know, despondent. Like, maybe nobody was believing anything he was trying to put, and you just have to watch it, right? The pieces are, well, they're hard to find, but they're there. Anyway, so, and they're easy to take one way, but he's meaning something else too. So, anyway, but also,
is Summer Wells. Straight out to a special guest joining us tonight, Kristen Kwan, news anchor, News 5 WCYB there in Bristol. What happened? What happened at the...
now, y'all, I ain't got nothing to say about the real journalists over on Answers, because they're the only real thing about this. And they local and they sort of know the deal. So, like, more power to them. So I ain't got a word one to say in that regard. Okay. And I'll always continue to tell you to keep sticking with WJHL, WCYB, Bristol Herald Courier, Johnson City Press, Kingsport Times, Times News Online, Rogers Review, those like Quan and Ainsley and Bobo and, real journalists and investigative journalists and such. So, that's just how it is, alright? Carrying on.
Summer Wells, just 5 years old, goes missing. And everybody, as Kristen Kwan is speaking, I want you to take a look at the photos we have amassed of this 5-year-old little girl.
Yeah, Nancy. So Summer Wells went missing on June 15th. That day, Candace, Summer's mother, told me that they had gone to run some errands. They had taken her to a local park where she went swimming, and then they came back to the house, their house on Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County. And at that time, she was playing outside with her mom, with her grandmother, and she wanted to go back inside to play with some of her toys in the house. So Candace says that she walked Summer to the house. She went inside the house. Candace went back with the grandmother to finish up some things outside and in the yard. And that's when they realized a few minutes later that she was missing.
Okay, so she goes in the house to play, and then just a few minutes later, she's vanished. Do I have that correct, Kristen?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm trying to digest that. Let's hear what the parents say.
Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma. And she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch. And I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer. I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was. And they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times. And I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always...
The playroom. She also referred to it that way in news articles too. So.
And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone.
From WJHL TV to Brian Fitzgibbons joining us, Director of Operations, USPA Nationwide Security, former Marine, Iraqi war vet. His business is finding missing people. How many people go missing from their own home, never to be seen again?
Yeah, hey, there's quite a few across the country that go missing each year. Now, only a very small percentage of it's something like 600,000 people a year go missing in the United States. In less than 1%, or around 1%, will actually remain missing. So this is very rare. This is a very rare occurrence.
To go missing in your own home.
Honey, mortgage money sick.
Yeah, from your own home with a child, you're typically dealing, a child with Summer's age, you're typically dealing with one of three scenarios. The first could be that the child walked away and got lost. The second is that something happened to that child inside the home, usually from a family member or a close associate, and that body was hidden. And then the third possibility is a stranger abduction or somebody in the outer sphere, outer perimeter of that family.
Guys with a
Now, before you even got that far in, I was like, I gotta know what this business is. Okay? I'm gonna need y'all to put that into Google. Go to that dude's company. Yup. Look at the reviews. It's that simple. Now, I didn't look far enough. It didn't go far enough about service versus not service and what they did this year, but and I'm not impugning anyone's service, military, otherwise, period, okay? That's not in question here, but, bro, this whole, he extracts people, blah, blah, around the world, does for children, etc., I need y'all to go look at that business's reviews. A few of them. This dude and his company mostly do security services. He's based in Florida, he lives near the Keys, etc., whatever. Florida's a place to have many, entertainment venues, events, etc. This area, and obviously a lot of rich and uppity months, but are coming and going from. Okay, you feel me? Alright. You also have a lot of condos and rentals and things like that. Now, in the state of Florida, you have this thing called Firewatch. Oh boy, most of this guy's business comes from Firewatch. Do you know what that is? Now, I mean, obviously people in need of like real extractions or something internationally or something could obviously not want to be known. Maybe they're just not leaving the reviews, right? That's a possibility, okay? I'm just saying that it looks like most of what his company is Firewatch. You know what that is? Condos, rentals, etc. Places like that. Apartments, yada yada, businesses. When their fire alarm systems or any alert systems are down, whether it be because they're broken or they need maintenance or after damages to buildings, etc., in between disasters, all that shit, right? they legally have to have someone on premises to watch the buildings and to do cyclical guarding of them and to come on and check safety every 30 to 60 minutes to avoid city fines. Okay, that way it keeps people living in those places and safe. That's what Firewatch is. Now, also the extraction of singers, whatever's, and the rich coming and going from concerts or venues or in and out are on there as well. Looks like a few people and things they might need extractions for family members living in other countries that are adults they need out during unsafe periods and things like that. But they seem like mostly adults. Like helping their female family members, not be like all mutilated or married off for sheep, shit like that. You get what I'm saying? And here to the U.S. safely or to other places. So no real reviews on children or family situations, much couple, but nothing, it's mostly Firewatch, guards for the rich, or snooty, or whatever, that type of shit. So, but here this guy is, and he's an extraction, whatever, and an expert on children, whatever, and the missing, and whatever, and he may be, I don't know. I mean, I guess, if you really need to search, it may not be known or found. Sure, it seems legit. There might not be reviews, but, it feels the same way to me as other things do. And I'm not saying this guy's anything. I'm not saying anything bad about this guy. If you notice, it's really Nancy that does some of that language there, not necessarily him. But stats are a bit off, gotta tell you. Yeah. Not on his business or anything that I can discern, that it's been on there, but with what it's fine. It's all just fine. But this sort of has that feel on it. A Philly feel. I've felt before. Yep, I've felt it before. Mm. I have. I don't like that Philly feel. I don't like resume builder language either. But here's the thing, right? It's like y'all watch TV Ron. You're like, oh, NYPD, which pre 9/11 doesn't have a good reputation, but after, everybody's like, oh, NYPD, you know what I mean? And so now it has a different connotation than pre 9/11. But, there are millions of, throughout all decades of NYPD officers. Just because you get one online wearing a baseball cap doesn't mean he's good or was good or any of that shit either. Just because you get a coffin doctor that's an whatever FBI or something doesn't mean they were good. They're one of a sea of, and just like Evan McDonough. Look, that dude before he ever got here. Dude was full on disgraced as fuck. Whole ass 2020 specials and shit. Just because you're a homicide detective or whatever the fuck that dude was, doesn't mean you're good. And that son of a bitch really told Josh about, and it was being put out, he had like a 95% solve rate. Okay, I'm gonna need anybody in this world to show me any officer, detective, anything, any unit that has a 95%, like dead ass. That ain't natural. ain't normal, and I don't think so. Not with that one. Not unless you just go to any length like there's no limit, right? You go to any length to make people seem or do whatever in order to get those arrests or convictions, which is why I'm always like, I'd like everything that dude ever touched as a cop of any variety, even as a parking lot attendant, to be revisited. There's a reason for that. So, pardon me if it just has a Philly feel on it, okay? Anyway, it's like, I don't even know what that says. I'm just gonna make. I don't know. Can't see shit right now. So, hopefully, what I just said makes sense to other folks. It might. So anyway, yeah, just it took a Google search 4 seconds to go. Wait a minute. I also don't like that they spend more time with this fella than local journalists or investigators. The real tells up with that. Why would you not spend more time with the real journalists on the real grounds, really in close everything to real everything instead of some random asshole who brought on 5 seconds? I'll be right back. Alright. I might be back. And I think he said 600,000. And then 1% ever, whatever, you know. And that was I guess that would be 1%. So, yeah. But yeah, just either way, whatever, you know. And I honestly think I don't think that's accurate for how many vanished from inside their homes. Like, you know. But don't get me started on that, because that gets a little wonky here, right? Alright. I guess we'll carry on. Let's see if we've got audio. Okay. Alright, buddy. Alright. He is not pleased with me right now. I woke him up to make sure he hadn't escaped, because I went in there. And he was like, what the hell do you want? I said, this is sort of my fault. He's like, oh, you asked for me. And he's not pleased. Because he didn't think out of it. You know, he felt one thing and now it's another. And he's like, damn it. Buddy, what do you feel? I don't know if it's my temperature it's off or if it's you. I had to check your temperature at the thermometer. But I honestly can't tell because my temperature don't run right, so. You ain't run temperature, are you? I'll check it here in a few minutes. You gonna like me for that, for sure. Carrying on.
Brian Fitzgibbons, Director Operations USPA Nationwide Security. That is a team of investigators that go around the world finding and extracting missing people.
Nash classifies them as a team of investigators that go around the world. But their website says national, not international. Either way, okay, alright. Now, I guess you'd have to get your shit in order to get anyone in and out of the country and then escort them. I mean, if you really weigh the do y'all remember the Dugan bullshit that was pure bullshit that we're trying to quote extract Hunter in the beginning? And that dude, oh shit. Was his home in Florida too, or was it Georgia? And then that's where it was actually based out of, and all this shit. And I know, rest his soul, he did pass here a few months ago or something. Well, last year maybe, but maybe this year. I can't remember. But y'all remember that shit? Trying to get hands on the, the first youngest witness around somewhere in the case this group pulled with Hills. Y'all remember that? When another monster daddy went cha-ching! And this group went, yay! Let's get a minor witness around Summer's case the first time. And then they were like, shit, let's collect all the minor witnesses like Pokemon by any means necessary. Alright? Let's collect Hunter and then Summer's other friends, and let's do facts around each of their parents, and if the monsters are beauty, yeah, even better. And let's try to attempt to do that around Jody Sue's too with the group. And it could be. And let's see if we can't even get their abusive fathers in on it for cha-ching, cha-ching, and their stupid whores. And then set up shit and tamper with courts and systems and safety places for actual domestic violence charges, things like that. Let's try to now get a hold of Summer's brothers, and let's try this. Boy, they do love eating and trying to acquire children, and especially witnesses, don't they? Yes, they like them be by any means necessary. Anyways, you may remember that Dugan bullshit. I hope you do. Because that shit reached to high heaven, didn't it? And I'm sorry, who was that character associated with again? Oh, that's right. That's right. And then what all it turned out was the truth about, and all the things like, oh yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, as far as scales go, this one's there, as opposed to the Dugan fella, who, what was his shit? Something about MMA and all so crap. Turns out he used to order boxes on and sell a store of whatever, and it was like gloves and shit. But resume builder languaged up everything, didn't he? Used the wrong initials, the wrong section of another motorcycle, all the things, blood, right? So yeah, y'all remember that, right? With a Juanita and a pizza and security cams and a McDonough and a pizza and a moving Mountain Dew and teacups and amazing interviews filmed from an angle to where you couldn't actually tell if somebody done audio or this here facial movements or kept yawning when wearing, when splices, cuts, or anything was remixed or anything like that, because didn't certain things say certain things before, I believe they did. So, I don't know. It's about like that retake acting like both things for the first time with the heavy concentration on the Paw Patrol Epic Candace's. And making sure to put emphasis on the Paw Patrol shirt she was wearing. Interesting. Well, one of the group around him and the stalkers was one of the ones fucking around me and my family and getting blackmail material, all this other shit they thought to fuck with us or do whatever. Working with the same crew, he had to yeet off by him and Web Sleuth going, oh, Jamie Wills, really? That inserted where, when, and did what at Warriors again and run the dog trail with potato bags or something first. And this would have been as Tiffany Marie acquired the sisters of Don Wells from McDonough too, obviously. But also merry band of fuckery already sort of semi-pre-built with some of these local motherfuckers coming out of Boswell. Obviously it took 2 seconds to look at any of them like Jamie and them until they were full-on con artist scumbags. Boots on the ground, though. Right? And then, Scott Edge when only appeared, and Squall Tits, and chickens, particular meth heads related to other people, right? But anyway, whatever, right? And, so, yeah, it wasn't hard. But McDonough does have a habit of severing ties quickly. Let me see. Oops, Jamie Wilson, which sort of felt like that fake Junior Snap Tiffany Marie fight and the fake her and Scott fight that took down the last line. Marathon never came back. Felt a whole bunch like that fake fight between her and MGL, and then a fake fight to do the chick thing on purpose to tamper with that shit too. Feels like a whole bunch of fake takedowns of channels too that McDonough could advertise his Apple Music with TM. It sounds like a bunch of fuckery to me. And all those holding wrenches in his room during a marathon, he played a blues of all his shit. But he visited, and all these motherfuckers holding wrenches in his shit, and so I noted it, and he took everybody's wrenches away. Acted like he was oblivious. Bullshit. Don't forget the one out of two McDonoughs in the Discord by Penny and the same crew stalking all of us and then proclaiming they were doing shit with Paw Patrol and first meet and greets Candace and them. So we're just a couple hanging out and standing around. And that would have probably predated around the time been around the time that Chasing and them started doing fake Rose Meyer bullshit and GoFundMe's was there, shit, lot, whatever, right? With Scott and Ava and boots on the ground, weird shit there. Eventually, the voice had to be taken away, written questions only. A little smelly, ain't it? Anyway. Reached time. So, anyway, yeah. And then him, be like, oopsies, he builds up Moselle, and then Moselle gets up the fuck shit, the same group holding the wrenches and reminding and all that, and then the Discords initially, and then Jenny and Adrian do their part and all that, and Jenny and Adrian, by Nana, Ryan, same crew, oh shit, and Justin's, and oh my god, there's I See You again. Wild, huh? Dear God. Dear God. I do love this fucking homicide detective. Fucking bastard. But, anyway. Yeah. Using all these fucking con-ring ass criminals as some sort of failed experiment and, retired-ish, disgraced, douchebag trying to use, criminals online still committing criminal acts and willing to commit criminal acts around high-profile, active, ongoing investigations like some sort of merry band of evil, confidential informants or semi-detectives or, what, the criminal police force? The back McDonough? Yeah, I passed. And narrating script on a write-up, whatever square and circles he's trying to slam together to make it where the fuck he wants for whichever airstream he's desiring next, or his cleanse asshole until he gets some fucking fuck face out there to confess for him off a box. Because that's the only thing that's going to make the motherfucker stop. It's what he's going to do until he gets one of those. That's his needful thing. Anyway, but as far as Dugan's versus these people, these people look obviously a bit more legit. But it took me 30 seconds to figure out what Grace is representing them as and the resume builder language and shit. See beyond it. Simple Google search, like third result down, hitting her reviews, going through the company website for literally and definitely under 5 minutes. That quick. Producers of shows ain't doing it. Nobody's that responsible or reasonable or wants to make sure what they're putting out is legit. Okay. Probably the same reason they spend longer periods with these people who don't know Somerset. Why not spend it with the real journalists? On the real ground, speaking to everybody local as opposed to somebody that is employed. Because they want that shit instead of real shit. They want somebody to go with and lean towards and do the cheese and meal like guidance things because advertising counts. So anyway, I guess we're going to carry on with Nancy Grace.
Joining us now tonight, Chris McDonough, director of the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide.
Ooh. Cold Case Foundation, where you can make up any job you like. It's imaginary. Violate all the ethics, standards, etc. around stuff. Do all kinds of dirty shit, and it's just fun. And Chris will advertise you, and you might get up on Nancy Grace's or other TV stations and networks with him and Jansen and everybody else fucking around these cases or whoever at the time. Sell a book, sell your bullshit, as long as you pay your fucking dues to the code. Yeah. And I'm sorry, wasn't like he goes back and forth between whatever the hell that was she just said and law enforcement liaison. Interesting. Either way, whatever. Carry on. He's a director.
With under 300 homicide cases under his belt and a star.
Ooh, 300. Honestly, it's kind of a low number. I have jokes, but they're not appropriate. I'm gonna behave.
The interview room on YouTube. Chris McDonough, you have actually gone to the scene and walked through the home. What did you learn?
Well, the house.
The only reason I ain't got boo to say about her using the word scene is because, well, Lawson himself used that word. Nobody pays attention to it, but Lawson did say at one point, and I don't remember the exact, he was like up there on that scene. So, as in 110. So that's the only reason I'm letting that slide. Because Lawson said it.
Under construction at the time of Summer's disappearance, Nancy, and when you first get up to the property, you realize pretty quickly there is a very steep driveway that is gravel in nature. So it would take some type of a four-wheel drive and or a vehicle that has all-wheel drive, number one, to get up the hill.
This fucking idiot. I'm gonna him shut up right now. And I hate it for non-driving motherfuckers. I hate it for people that are not familiar with how to drive woods or hills to drive it. You do not need a four-wheel drive or whatever the hell, or all-wheel to get up their driveway. Okay? You don't. No shit. You don't know this was Chris Candace done also in vehicles that were not for many of their visitors did not. I mean, for fuck's sake, y'all. I know people who can't drive, people who are scared of taking the cars up, people don't love it. I mean, you see all these idiots like Benny and parking the bottom. That's their own fucking problem. They can't drive. They also look at them. They can't even walk down fucking hill in somebody else's pants without looking stupid. That is not the case, sir. And also, in comparison, our driveway in work was worse at 125 in a way. And definitely had giant ruts of it, and I could get my little kid soul up and down it. And it's straight drive. It's not four-wheel at all. But on there, it wouldn't necessarily go. It would go up there, but it wouldn't. Anyway. But you know, I know many people throughout the years that have been over there at their place that their shit definitely wasn't fucking four-wheel, homie, including some narrow vehicles. I hate that you and the wife had to park at the bottom and be all like khaki wearing. Right? I hate that for you. And as someone who was there when you appeared and I heard your dumb ass down there and everybody was squealing doing things, I was like, ah, la, 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 la. And I went back to the fucking ambulance like, fuck all that shit. But Because I thought about being nice and coming in there and moving shit, see how I could park, because you're bitching about parking and everything. I was like, I ain't got the energy for that. No, I'm good. And I knew who and what. No, I'm good. And I went back in the cabin. I was like, I don't want to hear none of the shit coming from over there. I don't want to hear this interview, that interview. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I already had to put up that shit day in, day out anyway. So, whether you liked it or not, there's just all kinds of shit you could hear. True story. From all kinds of places you wouldn't fucking believe. Anyway, so yeah. Now, I guess we're gonna carry on because McDonough just told the world you cannot get up their driveway without a 4-wheel drive or some sort of crosser, whatever it is. He's all wheel. I don't know. Whatever, dude. Whatever you say, it must motherfucking be true.
And the area in of itself and the geographical profiling concept, it is a very rule.
You notice they do that shit all the time. Always got some like don't get me wrong. Like I know like with myself in particular, I know all the big words and all the phrases like "Salagadoosh cunt" that attended like Harvard want to, you know. A few years back, I decided not to give energy to that shit anymore unless I really feel like it, or I'm all debatey or something with one of my friends, and having actual intellectual conversations, which isn't really for this realm. So, and then someday I just don't have to, and then I've not spent my life educated about being like using. You don't have to do that. You're like a douche, right? And I don't like when others do it. And there's just but these people online, these experts and shit, y'all ever notice they do that shit to y'all? They don't have to do that. It's like they're playing fake police force or fake lawyer or fake this and the other, and by these words they choose and these groupings and smatterings of things they throw out to make it sound all over technical and shit. And sometimes it doesn't even make sense if you know what the fuck they're actually talking about. You know? Y'all ever notice how much this dude says time continuum something, I don't know, whatever the fuck. And shit like that, and just, it's repetitive. Like, if you hear some of that shit come out of his pile one more time, you're like, really, guy? You know? Really? We get And then he also, what always strikes me as bizarre, is he uses terms and words for shit that even real cops don't use. Like, that's a thing, man. When you hear and see real cops and feds and shit and specialized units not even use the terms he's using. Because they don't have to, man. Like, it's like watching, a douchebag play Hawaii 5-0. You get what I'm saying? It's like, why do real legit cops out for the real legit reasons not use that shit, do that shit, but this asshole who's getting on TV with bullshit black glove shit, destroying everything in their case, acquiring, working with this group, all this shit. What's he using? You know? I think we get it, right? Those who actually think that far into it. It's a technique he's using to pull the gullible in. To, ooh, look, he's using. It's like the bad thing. It's people like that, you know what I mean? Ooh, that's all copy sounding, right? It's like, yeah, that dumbass. It's with Ziggy when she's interviewing, like, the fourth removed tree cutters. And weird shit like Fred, and she's like, oh, wit sick. You're like, my God, get off the internet, bitch. Seriously, just get off the fucking internet. You know? How impressed. God damn, get off the internet. I just can't get behind it, man.
Area, you would have to know exactly where that house was. And why is that important? Because Summer was allegedly down in the basement of that home. And that would have mean if it was a stranger abduction situation, Brian had mentioned, then of course you would have to know, number one, that.
And look at him trying to play off the Brian fellow. Do they know each other? They done stuff together before. Have they written any other places? I got him on the Google thing. Please, God, no. Alright.
In that.
He's playing off of it. Oh, goddamn. This is the worst ping pong ever.
And at that moment, the stranger abduction situation, where that house was. And why is that important? Because Summer was allegedly.
Well, I mean, isn't that the thing, though? It wouldn't matter where a house is or what kind of. You'd have to know where the house is. Then I'm sorry, but what? And if you think really in depth with that, and you know what all kinds of things, and you've paid attention, were occurring around that time that were out of the ordinary and made things a little different than would have been ordinary on any ordinary day. Then it changes things quite a bit. But they do make you forget that here, or blind you to it, or make sure you never hear it. Or don't think of all the things at once, right? But there was, it's fine. Whatever McDonough says must be, whatever. Now don't take that mean that I'm like, oh, it means she was kidnapped or abducted, because that's not what I mean. I'm not defending Aniston, I'm not whatever, and I'm not just being contrary to be fucking contrary with McDonough. I'm just saying it's stupid. Okay? When you don't add in all the factors correctly and do the percentage rates, like, and obviously I don't think new guy here is aware of all that either. Or he might be. I don't know. It depends on how long he's been fucking around. I don't know if he was called fresh to Nancy Grace that day. For some idiot, for Chris McDonough to play off of, unfortunately.
Down in the basement of that home. And that would have mean if it was a stranger abduction.
That would have meaned? You know what, pal?
Brian had mentioned, then of course you would have to know, number one, that she was in that basement at that moment. And then you would have to make your way up through either the woods and or up that driveway. And both of those are very difficult situations to accomplish to get that.
See, it's nonsense. Those are both very difficult situations to accomplish. How he just described that is not a situation. Those are not the actual situations, right? And like saying, oh, well, somebody walking up this or doing that, or no mother shit is not the situation. Like, do you get what I'm saying? He sounds smart, but it's fine. Fuck it. No, I don't care. Anyway. But I'll agree to an extent. Obviously, they had mirror tint and shit on the windows, which he'll bring up in a second. And he didn't really mention prior, and honestly, I believe in the very beginning, one of those was removed, when he went up there with her, and he didn't realize that they were even there. And then he started mentioning it after a bunch of posting, yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, it obviously, I agree. I mean, you have to know she was in there, yeah, and all that, but. You know, but there's a thing to that too, isn't there?
Off of that property. So the fact that she was in the basement makes this case a very even statistically, it takes that number even higher improbability.
Chris, the scene that
Probs and stats, yeah. Alright, anyway. Let's see here. If I can find it easily. And don't get me started on this again. Let me see here. I've uploaded it here eons ago. I can't even remember where this piece is. It's shorts or beds. There it is, I think.
Terrain and limited communication. Summer Wells is missing. She's 5 years old. She's 4 foot tall, blonde hair. Last seen wearing a pink shirt and gray pants. According to her siblings, she just walked out the back door and then disappeared. So we don't know where she went. If she went toward the road or in the woods. Very mountainous terrain.
Do I need to play that again? Should we play it again? This was the first night, apparently. I did not become aware of it for months and months later. I think, honestly, until 22 or something. And I was like, well, he's finally come out and said something about the boys, and it's okay for me to say something. And what was said that day. I thought it was new. I didn't really, yeah. Till I heard it, I was like, shit, that ain't really his first night. But some of us, unlike the Freds and Marlenas and our Bells, were not, So, either way, and then this showed me that this whole place for all those months was all jacked up and putting out bullshit on purpose. It's like you can see the roadblock clearly behind him first night, but what did they put out then? What did they put out? There was no roadblocks, no checking this. Or even Dawn and put out that horseshit. Like, you know what I mean? So, whatever. But yeah, let's listen again.
Very steep terrain. Rural terrain and limited communication. Summer Wells is missing.
But didn't that narrative help all those like Jamie Wilson and Brad and all of McDonough's little crew and the TM Fusos hunting crew, MGL, etc., with their narrative and their lies to the public about paying employees? Some didn't even have to search for somewhere when they legally couldn't have even been. And nobody here knew anything about Summer, and there were no flyers up. Meanwhile, one of them was gathering all the free flyers and stuffing them in his trunk, and then raising money on Jays for Justice with Cam and Twister as the carnival barker to raise money for them to get flyers. Who knows what happened to those, but somewhere in Brad's trunk if he's never going to meet anybody. And don't even get me started on the multiple weird flyer shits around McDonough. But yeah, doesn't that just lead back into all that? And the narrative and no roadblocks, nobody knows, and Chase is on the KE. Oh shit. And they're all searching. Oh wait, they cut him in, and oh wait, Chase doesn't have a company, and oh wait, it took 2 seconds to look up his record. Oh wait, and Jamie Wilson, it took 2 seconds to look at his channel, his fraud. And oh wait, and Twister's over doing what with J4 and raising money with it for Cam. Oh dear. Oh bless. Oh my God. Mm-hmm.
5 years old. She's 4 foot tall, blonde hair. Last seen wearing a pink shirt and gray pants. According to her siblings, she just walked out the back door and then disappeared. So we don't know where she went. If she went toward the road or in the woods.
Very mountainous terrain, very steep terrain. Rural terrain and limited communication.
Summer Wells is missing. She's 5 years old. She's 4 foot tall, blonde hair. Last seen wearing a pink shirt and gray pants. According to her siblings, she just walked out the back door and then disappeared. So we don't know where she went. If she went toward the road or in the woods.
Very mountainous terrain.
I know there are debates about back door, front door, basement, top, It just depends on how we know Canada's done, different eras, different time periods, what's called, But at least call it first night, So, and who knows? Alright, so anyway, we'll go back to this bullshittery.
You video
to accomplish to get that child off of that property. So the fact that she was in the basement makes this case a very even statistically. It takes that number even higher in probability.
Chris, the scene that you videoed.
I think you meant it Is it higher in probability? That would mean it would be a likelier chance of, Chris. I think he meant less probable or absolutely improbable. Yeah, but that's fine. I guess Karen can't hold his hand at all times.
It's very rural and mountainous. Describe it.
Well, the area of itself, Hawkins County, Tennessee, it's what they call a holler. Difficult situations to accomplish to get that child off of that property. So the fact that she was in the basement makes this case a very even statistically.
But why do you keep saying that when it's not true?
Takes that number even higher in probability.
Chris, the scene that you videoed, it's very rural and mountainous. Describe it.
Well, the area of itself, Hawkins County, Tennessee, it's what they call a holler. So
the whole goddamn area. How in the fuck are you so stupid? Like, well, Hawkins County, this entire, it is what they call a holler. Well, goddamn, boys and girls, did y'all know the whole of Hawkins County is like one holler? I can't wait for it. Can he get, what's that guy that he fucks around, pretends he does the profile, an evil douchebag. Can they get him over here so they can suddenly begin saying crick again instead of creek when it sounds kitschy enough? Can we do that? It's always interesting, right? Those two kill me when they begin, saying crick. It's great. Anyway, apparently all of Hawkins County is one holler. Hawkins County is what they call a holler. No, we call it a fucking county. If you're in a fucking holler in it, you're in a holler in it. Are you okay? Now, some of us with less of an accent don't necessarily say holler all in, we say hello. But, you're okay, guy. Alright. Can you imagine? Yeah, I think everybody across all 50 states and U.S. territories and even around the world understand the concept of a hollow or holler, right? And I'm pretty sure all of them could tell you it would not be an entire city or county. So, Lord of mercy. What is going on around here?
The road that goes off of the main drive, and it's basically neighbor improbability.
Chris, the scene that you videoed, it's very rural and mountainous. Describe it.
Well, the area of itself, Hawkins County, Tennessee, it's what they call a holler.
No, we thought it was Hawkins County, fucking Hawaii. I mean, damn, Nancy Grace's title and no, we all thought, it's fun.
So it's a road that goes off of the main drive. Well, the area of itself, Hawkins County, Tennessee, it's what they call a holler. So it's a road that goes off of the main drive. And
the area itself is Hawkins County is a holler. It's a main drive that goes off. Sir, are you okay over there? Second.
It's basically neighbors that have known each other for generations. So strangers just don't pull up.
I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. You have neighbors who are kin to one another, or our families have known each other for generations. I say, sure, okay. That would not include Candace and Dawn and several others. There was newbies in their Redmond, so that applies as well. But it's not always the case, and not all hollows are like that. What? And I have to ask.
Area. You have to the main drive, and it's basically neighbors that have known each other for generations. So strangers just don't pull up into that area.
Okay, so because people live in a hollow or around it or anything like that, and they've known each other for generations or not, super genius. It means people just don't pull up in there that don't whatever. I mean, used to, yeah, maybe, but and also, why not include the fact that, I don't know, until the public that there indeed were things, I don't know, tree cutters, brush companies, property sales apply. And, well, dope heads could also come from anywhere, too, and also it's an old state route right through there, and then they can, people travel it for scenery and shit, and, and then get to bail it and exit and shit that way, in other places. Yeah, I mean, don't explain into that to the world. And everybody just forget that not only was obviously the property around Dobbs there, but obviously Candace and Nome were advertising online, weren't they? And then bullshit realtor photos for 125 made it look like Candace and Dawn's was absolutely part of the quote Rolling Hills scam fuckery. Pictures of trespassing fuckery. So, I don't know. And the people were hella confused. Don't make the public wear any of that. Now, I know, problems and stats and all. Now, like I said, I'm not here to be like, oh no, kidnapping had to be here. I'm not. And I'm not here to be like, oh, me, Oakland, make the story and the squaring the pigs or blue couch or fucking shit or that either. But if you're gonna go through it, I'll go through it fucking all, but don't give out a fucking narrative and square circle peg try to slam shit together and keep the public oblivious to all the facts and truth of the situation. I don't feel like it's fair to the public and or Summer and yeah, no. And considering the feds continue to say, like they always have, and law enforcement, that all possibilities are on the table and every rock is still being overturned, then that's where I'm going to stick. Considering Melton has also said it would be a mistake to go with just abduction or just wandered off, that they're still looking at all things, and it would be a mistake to go with one or the other. I'm going to listen to those guys. Obviously, McDonough is not, or maybe he's on, or he's pretending. Felt like he's pretending to be with Lawson 5 minutes from me. Then okay, buddy. After Lawson, Earhart, and everybody else had already said no, they were not working with McDonough. YouTube showman or some shit's what the papers called him. The real journalist. Something like that. Anyway.
To be here, there's trees, there's steep hills, etc. And then when you get, and it's basically neighbors that have known each other for generations. So strangers just don't pull up into that area. You have to be familiar. There's trees, there's steep hills, etc. And then when you get up into the house was under construction, like I mentioned, when this situation happened. And there was one.
It had been under construction for a while.
In the house, when you enter into the house, the boys, the other children of the home slept in a room right when you come in. And then to the right was a kitchen. But there was a bar. It looked like a breakfast bar of some sort that had a.
Now, is that even what Candace told you?
That had a cutout in it with a set of stairs that took you down into a basement, and there's no way you would have.
And look at him still coming in with his shock. Do you have any rich people do the same shit, or these cul-de-sac houses, whatever, right? They do the little cutesy doorways and shit and behind bookshelves, right? Or these little hidden entrances to their own basements and areas. But if you do it in a fancy way, or you have a little bar area, or it's all bougie, it's different. But it's shocking if that feature of some very rich homes is included in Poorsville. Odd, isn't it? How that works. Okay,
Not. In fact, when I walked in, the mom showed me that, breakfast bar, and I was looking for a set of stairs to, or another door to go down into the basement. She goes, no, it's right here underneath the breakfast bar. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on just a minute. Let me understand what you're saying. You're saying that this little girl had to climb into the floor down a trap floor and lived under the basement?
Excuse the fuck out of me, Tragedy Grace. God, they're quick, ain't they? They're about as quick as dawn here, and they're just crazy. And then I'm going to tell me something almost that quick. Hell, honestly, quicker. They're quicker. Took dawn a second. These motherfuckers, they can just like that, can't they? Twist it up. They know what trigger bitchin' language to use, the pull-ins, the wordage. They done made this like people under the stairs or boy in a cupboard or fucking Harry Potter or some shit. What the hell? A trap door. Now there's a fucking trap door that's entered the scene. Where in the fuck was a trap door? And look, I'd love to tell you that this scene has not been described and gone over by Nancy before. As. But look at her acting like she's shocked. This is the first time she's ever heard any such shit, ever seen it, new to it. Oh my god. Where did all of y'all go to acting school at? It wasn't fucking Juilliard, was it? You know.
Essentially, yes, that's exactly what I'm.
Now, granted, a lot of these people, they don't memorize, they don't know, they don't care. They know they've talked about these children or women before, though, but they don't care enough to catalog the details, and as soon as they're off there, they're like, fuck it, and they go on, do whatever, right? They're just there for these short, but and they don't keep in mind. Even McDonough doesn't. He can't remember all the shit. He doesn't know all the shit. And he intentionally puts up misleading shit. He contradicts himself continually. Like, it's... Yeah, they all care, though, don't they?
Mom said she went down into that basement, so she would have had to have gone through that cutout in the breakfast bar. And once you get into it, it's only about, you made left. So
floor down a trap floor and lived under the basement?
And lived under the basement. Now there's like a whole third... second sublet, like, what the fuck is this, Raccoon City now? Trapdoors and below the basement. Is that what McDonough said? No. Trapdoor and below the basement. Nancy Grace has got a whole Raccoon City going on over here. Now, I give you this fucking evil ass empire they got going in and around high profile active ongoing investigations. Well, it's an evil empire. Umbrella Corp shit, for sure.
Essentially, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Mom said she went down into that basement, so she would have had to have gone through that cutout in the
And he agrees with her. That's why part didn't go, no, the basement, and it was above ground. Okay. Whatever.
breakfast bar. And once you get into it, it's only about, you made less than 2 feet wide to get in. I had a very difficult time getting through it.
So, Chris.
That's because your ego's like this big, Chris.
Nutshell, Summer lived under the floor, right?
So, in a nutshell, Summer lived under the floor. What the hell?
Yeah, that would be an accurate assessment. And there's only one door, Nancy.
I can't with not an accurate assessment. This is ridiculous.
The exterior from that basement.
Okay.
That would be an accurate assessment, and feet wide to get in. I had a very difficult time getting through it.
So, Chris, in a nutshell, Summer lived under the floor, right?
Yeah, that would be an accurate assessment. And there's only one door, Nancy, to the exterior from that basement.
Okay. Why does she have all her hair chopped off and a gash on her head? Do you know the answer?
And that's where I lost it the first time. I was like, excuse me? Where in the world is there a gash on Summer's head on the 15th? It's not featured in the videos and all that from the lake. It's not, you know, I think what you want in the milk jug video and pictures, but I don't see it in there either. Where in the world is there a gash on Summer's face or head? Mud? Dye? Am I wrong here? Have I been missing something all these years? Am I wrong? Have I missed these photos? Or something? Why did Nancy Grace just tell the public? Or she was like, what the hell? She told the world there was a gash on her head and her head was chopped. Her hair was chopped or whatever. Sorry, I got confused that one place that said something like that one time around here. It's on a pic they showed. Where, Mud Pie? And is it on the 15th? And is it one of those they tampered with in the beginning and made all of us want to vomit that they were fucking with and putting online like in the first few hours? Is this the pic where she was get? Oh, hold on. This one, this first pic here that she's showing now that I just had to zoom in on. That is that what the hell she's calling a gash? I mean, I had to zoom on that. I don't think I've ever really noticed that before, but this photo where she's holding that, that's what she's calling a gash. Looks like two very close, very, very close barely there scratches to me. And there are two little, what look like little scabs there and there that sort of coincide with the line up there on that. And this photo was not taken the 15th. But that's not a gash. Those are two scratches and two little itty bitty tiny dot scabs. A bit of a distance from almost look like Morse code. Or, ain't it Morse code? Dots and dashes? Anyway. But it's not. You get what I'm saying, though. Yeah, it's definitely not a gash. And even though they're scabbed over, they weren't a gash to begin with. Nah, mud pie, obviously, I think we all know that there was abuse there and shit. But that doesn't mean that's what that was either. That could have been dog and kitty paws, that could have been sticks, could have been brothers, it could have been anything, you know. Could have been a raking of something, like, a branch outside, any of that stuff. But that is not a gash. But alright, man. And I never really noticed that before. I don't make it a habit on zooming into, like, bless. Anyway.
Kristen Kwan?
So I was told by her parents and by some of her friends that were close to Summer and the family that they had actually had lice at one point, and so they had shaved her head in order to get rid of the lice.
Okay. Moving forward. Back to Chris McDonough. The video.
But not her brothers, But notice the wording. At least she keeps it real. She says what I was told by those close to. Right? She didn't pull no trap door below the basement umbrella bullshit, now did she? Alright. Carry on.
Why is the home full of stuff? It looks like a hoarder.
Yeah, the place is extremely disheveled, and you're correct.
Well, don't stay with the realtor. Let's go back to fucking McDonough.
We're collecting all kinds of stuff, and one of the most interesting things is when you start to get down into the basement. Immediately, you notice that there are only two rooms down there. To the left is where the
Also, I think any LA detective would factor in or know. Sometimes you'll see that in highly abusive situations as reactions to it. You'll, and if you're one of us, wouldn't necessarily like it until certain folks moved in up in as well. So that plays into it, I believe. And then also the police, by the point McDonough came in, had been torn upside down as well. Everything was everywhere. I don't know. But I hadn't been in it in a while, so couldn't tell you, but either way.
Allegedly slept. And then to the right is where Summer slept. But
I know what Candace bitched about for quite a long time before, especially around times that the bus came back. And she was like, about, because normally those two didn't really give a shit to keep anything. They weren't, or they actually cleared out hoarding of his mom's and stuff out of the basement there at one point. So at times they definitely weren't like they got rid of shit. They also cleared out all the stuff that was in the other part that Don tore off, which still is wild to me. So I don't know. Things change though. It's a weird night. Yeah, I mean, Monday could, because there's two little dots, and then, considering that ridge line, it could start as two dots, and then space, and then right there, because those little two dot scabs line up with little lines. Very much could. Yeah. Yeah. And, I don't know, honestly, the pause on them at the time, that wasn't entirely ill, but spacing for the toes, the pups, seems reasonable, about right for two, and then missing with the ridge line pops up, and then it continues on a flatter surgery. Very well could be. Anyway, carry on.
the TV was inappropriate material. I think it was all kinds of stuff. And one of the most interesting things is when you start to get down into the basement, immediately you notice that there are only two rooms down there. To the left is where the parents allegedly slept, and then to the right is where Summer slept. But on the TV was inappropriate material. I think it was a TV show, Girls Gone Wild or something to that effect. So can you imagine the children?
Now, I think we've been over this, and Chris, after the world raised hell and everything else, we all realize this is one of those Girls Gone Wild type commercials that plays in between shit. I don't care who the hell you are. And remember, he did back it up and go, oh, okay, well, it what? Because remember, he came out saying it was porn, all this shit at first, then he played on purpose, gave that narrative behind it. And then he backed his bullshit up when the world was like, bitch, that's Girls Gone Wild. It's a fucking commercial. And, so now he's back on the bullshit wagon, huh? Is that what? So he backed it up. And he went full porn. And then he backed that up. And he reversed course. Said, yeah, it's commercial. And he didn't go full but he reversed. Now we're back on the full bullshit train, huh? Okay, buddy.
And exposed just to that stuff alone. Oh, Girls Gone Wild or something to that effect. So can you imagine the children being exposed just to that stuff alone?
Damn, dude. I know a lot of... Look. I guess we all survived it, buddy. Even in the best households. Yep. Especially if you were a 90s kid, damn it. Especially around like MTV Break. Rock the Boat. All that time period in the 90s. All you seen on TV every 4 seconds was a Girls Gone Wild commercial. All you seen. And man, back then half of us still didn't have remotes, even in nice homes. And you know, you had to get up, change shit, and also didn't have cable boxes to where it was like you could program them and get them to not do the correct. Yeah. My God, we're all survivors. We're all survivors of Girls Gone Wild, then. Lord. Y'all remember how horrible that was? It was titties everywhere. Oh, wait, it was most like Mardi Gras, which is featured on fucking, I don't know, all the news channels and everywhere these days. Everywhere. Always has been. Hell, most of Girls Gone Wild was actually fucking Mardi Gras. You know? Wasn't like it was goddamn Bang Bus or Two Girls, One Cup or something. McDonough, Jesus Christ, old man. And I'm sorry, but isn't one of his kids like younger than me? And holy shit, that means he would have grown up in a time of internet, full on free. Oh my God. Don't tell him what his own kid, who's more of a tech genius than he is and runs all this shit, I've been looking at since, I don't know, 3, 5, 7, 10. You know? Oh boy. You know, I think we're past the period of boobies and beads being shocking. Alright, bro. I think we're past that. Now, if it was like Bang Bus, I would have been worried. Like, that shit's evil. That shit is full on evil, and I've always firmly believed those people should be charged in prison. That shit is just pure fucking evil. But, anyway, yeah, I don't know. I guess you're one of us in certain generations, damn it. We're all survivors. We were all exposed. Means I guess everybody from all over, like everybody must have been. Hey guys, I'm sorry. Did you not live in like that planet? You had no choice. It was like a damn sweater infomercials after a certain time, trying to see some meat processor fucking juicer. You know, you had no damn choice, man. All right. Like, how many of y'all, and don't get me started on if you buy one set of knives, you get a double for free or something for low cost of 60 payments of $29.99. You had no way to block this shit back then. So, or the psychics. Oh my god, call Miss Cleo. Right? I know many of our damn parents, of people locally that. And do y'all remember them advertising the like 1-800 numbers you could call the sex hotlines with on TV? Holy shit, do you know how many of my schoolmates in the early 90s ran up their parents' phone bills? As a female, I had mostly male friends. Oh, I remember some male friends being grounded and having to get like triple summer lawn mowing jobs to pay off them fucking 1-800 phone bills. And then they were all, we laughed at them at school at like the trouble they got into, dude. So obviously, you know what I'm saying? Come on now. But, yeah, I don't know, man. If some of y'all were obviously parents back then, was there any way to really shield in us for Girls Gone Wild commercials? Does that mean all of you all were pervs or pedos or anything else? Did it mean your children were exposed to a degree, whether doctor or not, especially religious households? I get it. Some people feel tough ways, but I don't, you know, like, I gotta tell you, even as a kid, ain't nobody wanted to see it shit, but nobody gave a shit about it. It wasn't like, oh my god, boobies on TV, you know what I mean? But also, can we also think about like the Victoria's Secret catalog coming at that time, or swimsuit catalog coming out every year, any of that shit that was, full effect, and like Victoria's Secret fashion show. Can we all just think back to the time periods? So pardon me if I don't take fucking Girls Gone Wild commercials too seriously. Now, I say that, okay, but I think there are far worse things those children were exposed to. And it wasn't on TV. It was right beside of them. And worse. So, yeah, pardon me if, I don't care how everything goes. I mean, don't get me wrong, I obviously care, but I mean it in a way that no matter what, I know those 2/3 years some freaky fucking monsters, predators, often work together. I don't need anybody to tell me that. You feel me? All their trees are funky as shit, poisoned, rotten. I have never seen such a bunch of fleas and flocks together in my life. I mean, often you find those types of things somehow. There were family lines of you, but that goddamn many? Bro, I think the least of the worries are girl wild commercials on fucking TV. I mean, Uncle Harold, or whatever the fuck his name, that's, or how about their own dad, or how about their older brother? Like, and I mean that by Don Jr. up there in Utah or Arkansas. I like shit. Right? The families, the step families, the friends, the patterns, behaviors, all that shit. But Marcos stay away. I mean, God knows who else, and the transients, friends, and whoever the actual creepy crawly motherfucker was in the hill. I mean, Jesus Lord Almighty. You know, how about the weird motherfuckers like the Jose's and shit up here? You know, about all that. That fucking break. Weirdly enough, he wrote himself. Who the fuck does that? I guess the same guy that added 6 extra months in. For McDonough's Tragedy Pimp Crew. Right? Jenny, Adrian, Ziggy, and acquisition team. I still feel ways about that too. But it's okay, they made a You Can't Touch Us and yeeted it off real quick and Chasing put a stamp on it. Chasing made calls, verified it, and put a stamp on it, much like she did for a fake Fed. Much like she did Vincent and the Brad's shit and all that other crap too. Uh-huh. But yeah. According to McDonough, look at all you bazillions of bad, weird, pervy parents exposing your children, though, when those came out, like, no. It's weird, though, but it's meant to give a narrative when he's already gone back on, but now he's back on the bullshit. Feeding again, for what purpose? I'd love to tell you he's actually a tool for law enforcement, or don't worry of it. No, man, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. I don't care which of his buddies Clinton proclaims it. No. Absolutely fucking not. He's too much of a tool bag, rubbing his dirty dick with other dirty dicks over here. That pulled too many criminal and actually federal crimes. And too much dirty shit touching his ass too to be doing. There's no fucking way. And then all this chaos this douchebag has caused from the beginning with the H interview that is all bullshit. And I mean that. Because even when some of us heard that shit, what we actually checked into for 13 seconds, while it was still bleeped out because others may swear it, we laughed and chuckled at it, and we sort of know it was fun because by this point we heard a blip valley going on, neighbor can't talk about. What the fuck? I'm like, that goofy kid's got something. Just like, fuck it. Ignored it. Didn't pay no mind to it. Well, I mean, maybe most today because the first take up for it. But the point is like, when you know that who H is targeting and talking about in this shit is all bullshit, and then who McDonough unbleeps, these are not the legit things. They're not the right people. They are not the big boy things that they were all fucking. They're. Nope. So there would have been no need for Ellie to be like, yeah, target this one, do that, make 100, blah, blah, any of that. Because they already knew the real, and we knew by that point that Ellie and Feds knew. Right? That's what always made McDonough a joke in a way. It's like, dude, you can't be working with Ellie. Like he said in the letter, called him out for, and Earhart and only made clear he wasn't. But, you know, you already know in the beginning, there's something a little wrong. Because, you know, H should know better, and who and what he names, and you know he does. we knew he knew better. And who his mama and all them were fucking with, and who Candace and all were fucking with, were none of those. Well, I mean, they fucked with Fred to a degree, but he did not. Did he even name Fred? No, I don't fucking know. Or he should have at least named Fred, but he didn't. But Fred wasn't even the biggest. You mostly find those tied into the core group of this douchebag group. But anyway, you see pieces where certain characters on that porch make sure to get in front of something for some reason, though, but not others. But something is laid out bare, but then a stoppage put to it. But see, what we have now is the core continuing to intentionally mix up the public. And they know that. They're actually laughing about it. To me, not that long ago. All of us know what's being done since the beginning, and what part of the core is playing it even still. And that's, I guess, fine. So you have to wonder what the hell were Hunter and Ellie doing. Because, and others there. But they'd obviously already had contact with Candace and shit by then, first few days. I don't know what the hell. Others between both of them that they knew to be YouTubers and such. I don't know. Fuck are the odds of that, right? Certain local YouTubers that were already in cahoots this group too, ain't that something? Already in, been ill than a few hours, that's strange. So anyway, it's fun. Now, the thing is, when you hear it, you know it's all bullshit. And you think, well, if Ellie and Feds were going to have McDonough shake something or being a real tool for it, something there be something fucking right. Nope. Not even. If they were going to give Hunter names to Yazzer, it wouldn't have been an A name, of this name, a Bill, whatever, right? No, something ain't right. Right? So the way some of us see it, obviously, and considering Cadence and them were already selling everybody and all the bullshit, look here and look there, it looks like in hours, and definitely the first 24 hours, those like whoever was around or near Crazy Crime Chick and others, and then as these days followed, I mean, obviously they were just apparently on the phone with anyone, everyone. And weirdos visiting Hill, tweakers like Amy Tate, all the bullshit that just increases. But, you know what? There's something very fucking rotten in Denmark. But I know that what McDonough did, and that team was his team, and others, obviously, all in this group together, and all for one for all were already hunting us, all down inside the community, not just on the kids' hair, and then you have to factor certain other things in there with that as well. But, I just, I knew when eventually it came out unbleeped and shit, it was like, bro, or yeah, and then by that point, I mean, like, you become aware that all the motherfuckers are holding ranches and this shit, and all this there, the acquisition, and acquiring and pretend police force, and all that shit, to include the Paw Patrol meeting clan and everything else, you know, and they're linked in, and all that shit, and TM's in on that shit, and then she's helping him acquire Dawn's sister, which is probably how he ends up actually fully acquiring Dawn and him too. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of dirty shit around McDonough. And the acquisition team of this group, and but this dude is, when that comes out, that in the first 5 minutes, feds, law enforcement already had enough to know that half the people named that weren't shit, and were not what Hunter or McDonough are making them out to be. That's when you know McDonough's full of shit and somebody's had Hunter say certain things or point at certain people, and it damn well wasn't law enforcement and feds. See how it fucking works? But did McDonough know that? No, I don't know why he wouldn't, since he proclaimed he was working with law enforcement ways or. Well, actually, I think he said he'd offered, but they had declined his services. So then why did he even, as an, like you'd think as a retired force retirement, douchebag detective, already disgraced all the hell, you'd think at least he would have some understanding or concern or care for his fellow officers or law enforcement or courts or justice somewhere, like he proclaims, right? And that if he had offered his services, they declined. Now you make that make sense with all the times he's had it himself and others proclaim, oh, but he's doing X, Y, Z. Or even after that period when he told I and others he was working with law enforcement and currently at Lawson's office, blah, blah, blah. Right? And he's fucking around those like they're stupid. It's just a fool. I don't know, Mr. Yeah, I just can't with him, okay? But when I know there's no immediately that alien feds had enough already within hours, days to know that by the time McDonough comes along in like week 3, that what he's interviewing and doing is Sarah and the things by it, they're not even feasible, not even etc. You know they wouldn't be having him do all that from the beginning or having Hunter mention those things. So yeah, go with no. But McDonough didn't care to slow his like whoa, house, did he? No, he went about systematically destroying it and all it's fucked with though. Lives destroyed, shit put out, this, that, and the other, shit that carries with it forever. Was. Because they thought it would trigger bitch out. Certain folks try to get hold of, and and they'd already figured out neighbors, craving certain, thought it would bring them out that way. And then others to come forward, like some of the Billies, some of this, some of that, some Jose's, their other wants around Summers' case, him and the acquisition, Team Doom, and tampering and hindrance. That'd be my fucking guess, right? For more content, narrative, shit sale. See if I can storybook it up. Yeah, well, I guess he got his fellow law enforcement federal agencies inundated with bullshit, slowed down Summer's case, had no regard for their caseloads, workloads, hearts, minds, nightmares, the amount of time they've had to spend investigating every lead he and his bullshit team of fucking con-ass criminals have called in, hoaxed up, story written in, right? Especially his little bitch, his shared bitch ICU and Jenny's and Adrian's and Q's and Penny's and Tiffany's and whatever the fuck else is. Some Fustoses, some of this, some of that, Scott H's, Jamie's, Brad's, Crime Staff's, Twisters. Fuck knows really. Sunflower here, a limb there, do there. I dug this, whatever that. Yeah, just whatever. Scott. Yeah. I love that fake thing though. Web sleuth pretending to eat off and hide all the shit on McDonough because, Jamie Wilson's be Dark Knight. I love how they hide shit around here. It's great. And under what false pretenses. It's fucking fantastic. Anyway, carrying on.
And it felt like a dungeon.
Could you describe again the space where Summer Wells lived?
Yeah, so when you come down those stairs, Nancy, into the basement area to the left is where the parents were, that was, quote, their room, but then to the...
So not a trapdoor and not below the basement.
Right. Is Summer's room. And in that room, as you can tell, it's a concrete walled dungeon with the windows were blocked out with some materials. So
he's back on the shared language of him and Don Wells with the dungeon shit again, I see.
It was dark. It was dreary. It smelled. It was just horrible for a 5-year-old child in any way, shape, or form to be in that environment.
Well, one thing though, Chris McDonough, I was raised to a large part by my grandmother Lucy. So my mom.
My God, how long have we been here on the tales of Lucy, where it concerns Nancy? Feels like a fucking lifetime. But I get it, I get it. And I'm not trying to say this is like Chateau Wells, like, whatever. Glass houses, stone dolly. I'm not trying to say that either. But Lord of mercy.
Go to work. And she lived alone in an old wooden home with a tin roof. Some people would say it was old and decrepit, but it was clean and it smelled like.
If you were raised by her, how did she live alone?
Things on the stove, and that's how I remember it. I'm seeing a very different picture here, but in defense of Summer's family, you said the home was under construction and they were living in it?
McDonough has mentioned that twice. She's mentioned it 3 times now. It's a new thing.
Yeah, the property had been inherited by her father. It used to belong to his family. And, I get the fact that, there are some folks that, are poor And that's not a problem here. But the fact that you can be poor and also then you can also neglect your children around that environment, that's a different story. And I took this environment as a neglectful environment, not a poor environment. The fact that the house was under construction, they were doing it themselves, but that had taken years. And it only started to move forward after Summer's disappearance when Child Protective Services got involved and told them, you need to clean this house up.
Here is Don Wells, this is Summer's dad, defending claims they are unfit.
Well, DCFs are involved for Summer vanished several times, obviously. House has been gone through, etc. Turned upside down, I imagine. And also hoarding things applied that may not have been all them too. All these things are factors, abuse, blah blah, addiction. But, you know, had been under construction for quite a while. I had a point there, beyond what I already made earlier.
Don Wells.
And it only started to move forward after Summer's disappearance when Child Protective Services got involved and told.
I don't know about all that. That was the point. I think that was already being said and etc. a while before, so.
You need to clean this house up.
Here is Don Wells, this is Summer's dad, defending claims they are unfit.
This is Don Wells.
Interesting. Interesting this was chosen after what Nana wanted dumped out in public and two others took the hit for something left the moto up about. More than a few were involved in. Rhino, them, Lisa Carabel's chasing they all knew for eons. But Nana made sure to dump him and pretend that she didn't. And then had others do the pebble dropping and acted like, oh, no, hide it, save the boys. Is that not what this connects with? Good folks, I'll see you tonight.
We're here to report to you that we've got official letters from the heads of DCS that we are cleared from any abuse and neglect on our parts towards our children. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
That is Don Wells on YouTube. I want you to listen to our friend Chris McDonough from the interview room interviewing Summer Wells' dad as he gives an interview of the home.
What the fuck was a segue? I did say neglect was there, and then she played that, so they were clear. Okay. That still goes back into the fuckery this group's been doing, right? What they want. Needful things, this group. Worse than anything Stephen King could write.
Where do you think she is? Well, at first I thought, it's got to be some sicko hillbilly druggie, drug her out in the woods or something, or somebody put her in her car and took her not too far away or whatever like that. But I'm starting to wonder if it isn't some high-end thing. Maybe somebody's seen her on Facebook, because my wife was always posting stuff on Facebook. It could have been, she could be anywhere. I have, my mind just goes back and forth. I don't.
never understand why he described it as a high-end thing. But probably one of the ones I can, go out. Can't discredit that could be a possibility too, because Candace did apparently have Facebooks for summer as well, etc. You can't say that there's not a possibility in there that somebody looking up who their neighbors were going to be, or people in and around Ben Hill where they were looking at the property for sale that Dobbs bought, and came across Candace and Dawn's postings about their property for sale on their social media, didn't come across Summer in some way. And Tartar, because of that, has to be a possibility, but there'd be ways to run that down. You'd assume through tech and pulling the data and stuff. It's definitely alphabet letter territory, and capabilities there with the U.S. government on how far that would have to be from the realtor sites, places advertised, anybody looking at Summer's social media or Candace's prior to her vanishing. Definitely if they had both things in common, like looking at property and then looking over at Candace and Dawn's social media or anybody else's inside or around Ben Hill prior to Summer vanishing and connected with the property stuff. So I'm sure Feds thought that long ago, but obviously that has to be a possibility. But it disturbs me that this motherfucker has distinctions, high-end stuff. But his first is always this whole local sicko hillbilly motherfucker, right? Like, we first started hearing that, and then he transformed his language from neighbor to neighbor as far as the bad goes. I was like, what the fuck? He is still just targeting the hell out of Fred, right? And then all of us were like, all the neighbors sent pieces to all the neighbors going, now he's expanding that language to say neighbors. Fuck these motherfuckers, How dare they, man? But, anyway, seems like that's what's been formulated and scripted right on up. To me, are the odds that there, probs and stats that someone, a person or persons responsible, were on drugs at some point or connected with drugs in some way? Pretty damn high. But is that gonna mean that it's cartel or ring or even local dope dealers link? No more than just where somebody buys or gets high or anything, and everybody being connected to everybody, But I just I can't get down with this whole Mexican cartel, Russian organ harvesting. DCS took my daughter, shit. Okay, alright. And knowing that most of whom wanting this shot from the get, seems very aimed in particular at folks that, even if it's aimed at Fred and that I can tell you very much has been since obviously the first few hours. But he didn't seem real sincere about it, Mister. Let me kick the door in. Is there a good possibility that, I won't say good, but is there a possibility that some of Fred's knowns to him that, would those people also possibly be linked to Candace Donner known by them? No. So I put it off on Ray, Never could make that fucking make sense. But, Is there a possibility it could be linked to the others in there around, whatever, that were the actual motherfuckers they were fucking around with? In like big boy standards? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There are a great deal many possibilities. Like, some of which could very well explain what has been being seen or made public, but the problem in that is that when you have a group like this one here online, going boots on the ground, whatever, and the ICUs and everybody else like McDonough's tampering with fuck shit, but half of those things are part of the dope shit around here. And they're doing some old ass boots on the ground things, right? But you know that this group, and you have them recorded saying exactly what I'm telling you, that basically the plan is to lay all this off on a certain small group inside a beach creek. All the fuckery, all the bullshit, all the da-da-das, and it's someone in it has to be responsible. You see that's where it's like, man, even if that's the case, and you want to speak about the possibilities there or give anything around that, the problem is it could help that group, this group on YouTube, etc., and the locals fucking around in it, continue to narrate or script up or write that IC's fucking drama that Nana and documentaries and whatever else wants so badly. And it feels like McDonough with the circle and square technique want. And Don and them probably want with their big belly, big bad sicko hillbilly PG squall language bullshittery. That's the fucking problem with it. Right? When you know that this group's plan and has been since the beginning, to do that. And that maybe some of those fucking around with this group on the ground since the beginning still ain't learned. And they may not be guilty of anything, hiding anyone responsible or anything like that. And they think that these people are their buddies or they're gonna whatever. They're actually letting them tell their story and won't listen about being scripted right into this shit and being the ones this group plans on fucking off. And when you know certain locals, besides ourselves, have been blackmailed, attempted to be, you ain't gonna fucking blackmail my ass, bitch. McDonough or nobody else. Brad's or anybody else connected with the son of a bitch, or Scott H. and goddamn stupid letters and shit, or Jenny's and Adrian's playing with abusers to get small when the fuck you say, McDonough and crew. So anyway, I mean, like, seriously, you motherfuckers try to get us all killed if you're still trying. Look at Z ever drinking motherfuckers and shit. And Scott H. and all the other motherfuckers still. Bitch, I ain't backing down for that shit either. Y'all just gonna have to can it at this point. But it's like when you have these motherfuckers, and I'd love to tell you that it's all histrionics or bullshit, but when you have the same motherfuckers on recording saying, well, don't you think the funds go away and it'll make it stop? You're like, are you stupid? That's not. What? And then you see the fake check shit happen and a Carl and whoever else involved in that shit. It's all bullshit. it does weird shit and acts weird shit, but it's all based on a fake ass MGL Tiffany 3, 4, 45 promise checks thing, right? Lawsuits, all this crap, right? So you see him do that after saying certain things, and then you see things like that continue to happen. So yeah, I have no doubt that they're planning the end just to fuck everybody over that's actually doing all the little dirty deeds. No, I never fuck with people, stalking them, playing tee with them, genetics, set up shit with them, that type of shit. Whether some of them and their families have been roped into or shit held over their heads or not, you have the feeling that this group really meant that in the beginning. And someone, listen, I don't know, or think that these are really their buddies or friends, or maybe it's worth it. Pay for play. I don't know what the fuck the deal is. But, yeah, there could have been real shit in there, but I don't know. Thing is, you can't really touch on a whole host of some of that. Necessarily, because it may help these motherfuckers continue to write script or absolutely bag up all the locals that are playing with or for them, and you don't want that, right? So, and their scripty, handy-dandy notebook houses drama, the Nana, whoever else need whatever for the documentaries, Justin's, MGL's, SC's, fuck, I don't know. Mallory's, Molly's, I don't know. So ain't nobody got time for that. But yeah, no. So, but it does bother me, him and his old, you know what, everything bothers me. But the high-end thing, or the drug off in the like, and he says a car. Why does he say a car? I don't know. Maybe it's just an interchangeable vehicle, right? But all Dawn's there seem like kidnapping or abduction things only. Right? So. Not all possibilities, you know. So whatever.
Any idea?
Chris McDonough, what is your understanding about what happened to Summer that when she disappeared?
Well, there's various trains of thought. So from the family's train of thought is, like you said, Nancy, Mom last saw her going into the house. She told her other children, keep an eye on Summer. And somehow Summer ended up in the basement, according to the other children. And this is coming also from the mother. This is a story that she's shared. And then the story changed that the parents had said, well, there must have been a stranger parked down on the road, and he comes up through a dog trail and then knew that Summer was going to be in the basement and then entered into the basement and took her out that door. The challenge with that particular story is the door has changed open and closed, locked and closed at various times. So there's some.
Why is that a challenge? Anyway, I have to ask. Summer's 5. She could lock and unlock, and she could reach locks and door handles. Even in, yeah, what? I'm lost on why it's a challenge. Now, I guess if it's locked and you're saying, oh, we'll spank him in, but it was locked then. But either way, saying Summer couldn't, then you're silly. But yeah, I could see if you're saying, oh, well, locked versus unlocked for concerns an adult or entry into, then yeah, obviously, it would matter, but, Also, do you really think those any like knew if it was locked or unlocked at really any point other than maybe the first 2 seconds something was locked or unlocked? No. And the only way they could know if some are locked or unlocked would be if they're standing there clearly, you know. So, like, I don't know, it just seems like I'm driving of something here, you know.
Discrepancies in that story in of itself. And then the third, of course, is she just vanished. Somehow walked out that door and just disappeared.
You mean like a magic trick, Chris McDonough? You know what?
Well, I hate to tell you this, but at some point, you have to realize that children every day walk out doors or otherwise, or even inside their homes, and they do just vanish. But, vanish, obviously means they just didn't poof like a magic trick. The word and the connotation behind it is something has happened to them, somebody took them, some crime has been committed around them. I don't think anybody says vanishes like poof magic trick. Nothing happened. They just Peter Panned right off. I guess we'll see them later. So, you know, I don't think anybody's implying nothing happened when they say vanished or gone or however they term, you know, whatever phrasing they choose around this.
Like when you say that, they quote just vanished, like poof. No, nobody just disappears like I dream of Jeannie. That doesn't happen. Something happened to this child. And let me clarify.
No shit, Sherlock. No shit. My God.
You say she went down to the basement. You mean in through that, down that trap door?
Yeah.
There she goes again. Trap door that does not exist, is not on the video. He already said nothing, like, you know, made it clear. There she is again with this trap door shit. Where the hell was the trap door to Raccoon City? I have to know.
Down underneath that breakfast bar, we'll call it.
Okay. Joining us, an all-star panel to make sense of what we are learning. Back out to
an all-star panel to make sense of what they're learning. I think McDonough and crew visited her channel enough throughout all these years that, and they've regurgitated shit and went everywhere and every which way but loose with it. No, and loose. But this shouldn't just be a, oh, that we're suddenly learning. Who are you, Josh? Still in the notebook? For an imaginary one.
news anchor, News 5 WCYB in Bristol, Kristen Kwan joining us. I understand there has been a new search in the 3100 block, the 3500 block of Van Hill.
And this is where I got to today, and I just had to check right on out. I told others again, no. Yep. Seriously, are they serious right now?
What do you know?
Yes, so the TBI let us know that they were searching that road, which is about 9 miles from Summer's home, about 16 minutes away from her home there in Hawkins County. They have not given any specific details about what that search was. They just said that they were following up on a tip.
I wonder, too, Brian Fitzgibbon's joining us, USP8, Nationwide Security, if the...
So, nationwide, not international. Okay. Did you just yeet off the real journalist, for this fellow again? Now, international man of mystery. Yeah, of course did. Okay.
Others have been
up on a tip.
I wonder, too, Brian Fitzgibbon's joining us, USPA Nationwide Security, if the brothers have been re-interviewed since Summer went missing. I wonder.
Why in the hell is she asking a security guard company and firewatch company essentially this? Hell, it would have made even more sense to actually ask McDonough than this guy. Well, I don't know, guys. Raise your hand if you think Summer's brothers have not been interviewed multiple times. Since she vanished. By many, types of professionals, specialized units, specialized therapists, all these, yep. Anybody? Yeah, let's ask Firewatch Dave here.
All still living in the home, or if they are now away from the influence of interviewed since Summer. I wonder, too, Brian Fitzgibbon's joining us, USPA Nationwide Security.
Where's the segue there? Spring on, and then, you know what? Out with it.
The brothers have been re-interviewed since Summer went missing. I wonder if they're all still living in the home, or if they are now away from the influence of relatives.
Hold up. You're telling me it's been like one day shop 5 years. McDonough's been on it a million times. I think even in this, you know what? Nancy can't give up, can't remember is how much Summer matters in these cases she covers. She doesn't, you know what? I know they've talked about this. I know they have. And now with this Brian fella, who just crawled right up on here 3 minutes ago. No. Unless he's already had contact or knows some of these individuals like McDonough. Or was he given like a dossier or a brief to study for 3 seconds on the car rider before he, I don't know, he might be beaming in Scotty too, so I don't know. Anyway, I mean, I have to know here.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that, getting a statement, getting an interview done with the siblings would be very important. Now, it would be challenging, right? Because, with children of that age who've been exposed to those conditions, building trust to get accurate statements from them is certainly not an easy task. But one thing I want to highlight that.
Does he himself conduct forensic interviews and analyze with children, or is he part of child services, or any special qualifications or units of the federal government, or whatever that do these? What's his expertise again? I'm confused. Just no, even if you're extracting people or children, your job will be just that and that alone. Unless, of course, he holds qualifications that are not listed on his website. Okay.
That credible lead that TBI followed up in November, the fact is, right, because with children of that age who've been exposed to those conditions, building trust to get accurate statements from them is certainly not an easy task. But one thing I want to highlight, that credible lead that TBI followed up in November, The fact that they actually physically went out there lends a lot to the credibility of that lead, and hopefully something's coming to investigate.
I don't know, guy. Where was the segue from that from Bros? I noticed he didn't answer the question about whether some are siblings or outside of the family influence and going that. I don't know. He just didn't even touch on that, did he? That's strange. Odd. Almost like he meant, it's fine. He covered it well. But dude, don't let me stop you here now. But actually, hold on. I'm gonna get some ice real quick. Alright, I'm back. I got my ice and put a sweatshirt on. I just.
Through re-interviews, actually physically went out there lends a lot to the credibility of that lead, and hopefully credible lead that TBI followed up in November The fact that they actually physically went out there lends a lot to the credibility of that lead, and hopefully something's coming to investigators through re-interviews, through new information that's moving this case forward.
Well, sir, I hate to tell you this. Really, I do, but we've had to have real feds here around us because this group of McDonoughs and others in all for one for all aspect here did such luxurious shit like Jennifer's Line Planet, Ziggy, everybody else, and the local ground crew and all that, right? And the people using their jobs illegally and such to pull things or access things they weren't, it's fine, right? But they created narratives and drove shit and did stupid shit, pulled all these things combined, and bullshittery and high seas, drama and chaos, right? And they made false calls, like Summer's body was in here with me, and so was our abuser. He was living here, despite orders in place, and half the group being up his butthole and acquiring him because, well, McDonough thought if he stayed silent, nobody realized he was actually making sure they weren't trying to shut my ass up because, well, Donna didn't want it to. Well, Nana did too. Well, it's fine, but I mean, don't get me started on Mullen. But, yeah, I don't know. It just stood in a lot of ways, I guess, the truth. Or at least, what we witnessed or heard or seen, etc., and our perspectives on it. Either way, sir, they had to come here over that on the ground, had to respond to it. It was not the only time, thanks to McDonough and crew, Molly Delilah did. I mean, they're all for one for all, sir. And do not get me started on ICU and others' roles, like her. Because there are many in this group like that. The professional ones. You don't call it that. But yet you can look at them and you can see them banging on hoods and shit along with some other weird critters and creating purposeful, intentional, high seas drama, chaos, provocateur shit. And like Quentin Simon's case, one of those is ICU, tries to stay off camera and not caught at it and then runs away about the time Dolly Vision is, yeehawing off, say all that shit, right? And she don't want to get caught for her, fuckery with Eileen because they couldn't actually, like, reach out and punch Billy Joe or lay Lonnie in the face like MG on the implant, but like it at Candace and Dawn's driveway with a beanie and a piece of wood bullshit, right? Anyway, yeah, so they hit the ground a lot throughout the years, or come to us quite often because they have to follow up on certain things, obviously, and have to ask, and do the things. Yep. Even if it's ludicrous and everybody else knows better instantly, they still have to. So, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to make of them. I can tell you though for a fact that there was some fuckery between Brooks and Crime Zone's lies. There's a known in this little group, if you know what she is, who connects with McDonough's Jansen buddy. I mean, both are. You got Justin and then you got the Jason. One's a Jansen, one's a Jensen. Nancy could probably tell you all about it. Definitely been called in there for Moselle too, who helped in the fuckery. Oh, shit. Yep. Anyway, but, yeah, Nancy could probably tell you all about those characters that McDonough's had a habit with, probably are circuit court TV and other places. Anyway, Brooks, who ended up worked with Jansen through many cases, just like McDonough, begging for jobs around the year 24 when certain things were happening around here. And certain chats, they had certain people and locals doing certain fuck shit. But I tell you what, by the time all that went down at the end of last year, there was definite documentary talk for about the 40th time going on. And it featured someone wound entirely up Candace Nun's asshole since almost immediately after Summer vanished. Kimberly Starnes, if you will, slash Car, whatever the fuck, Carlin? I don't know. And an ICU. Okay? ICU. I'm not sure if you know her under that name or under the other 45,000 she uses. But she was damn sure fucking around Van you. Fact. That is not speculation in the least. And certain people were fucking around in person down there. I would suspect, since, well, for quite a long time, but definitely starting in 24, possibly continuing until the end of, well, 25, right? I know at least at the end of 25, ICU had her dirty little paws and everything. Loose cannon, ain't we been through this before? I'm gonna need you to stop, come back in under which can't renamed or let loose. And there's shit that goes back into the language of Candace Wells and potatoes. Okay. And it's called Cancer and a Speech Disability. And that's 3 too many comments, and obviously too many visits by you under that name. We know what you are and who you are and what you know. Just go away. Intentional trolling ain't cute, dear. Nor is attempted distraction. We ain't doing that tonight. You hear? Go the fuck on that. So anyway. And you were fully aware into that name that I am not lit, and it is Cancer Speech Disability. Ain't you people got something better to do? No. Alright. So anyway, the thing is, ICU, right? I know for absolute fact, ICU was fucking around. Also know Jensen and McDonough and crew were fucking around with Brooks from a certain time period in 24. I mean, at least in regard, possibly with all that, but, and probably not in a true detective way. You feel me? I just have that opinion because I've seen their true detective way. I mean, I know half their shit's, well, not half, all of his bullshit. Where it concerns, us, and it's like, no, motherfuckers, I don't think so. And, so, yeah, one can only imagine. But, I mean, as a group, they've been in it, including Nancy, etc., for eons. Maybe Nancy there could tell you, sir, about how she kicked in Justin, who is one of McDonough's besties, and ICU also does for him, just like she does for Ryan, just like she does for this, the group network. She's everywhere. I don't think a bitch sleeps. She's actually like the Fred. She's everywhere and nowhere. her and many others at all times. But ICU is a shared play toy of all of them. Okay? And I can tell you for facts, sir, the ICU, who is obviously everybody's like, oh, wait, let me finish that thought. Nancy Grace, once upon a time, not so long ago, kicked in Justin Farrell's teeth, metaphorically speaking, because him and ICU and others had gotten up some fudgery with some video stuff that was so over the top even Nancy couldn't allow it with video stuff. And she deleted all traces of Justin and the ICU and crew. Now this ICU crew and such that work with your buddy, well, I don't know about your buddy, but McDonough here, Grace is well, you know, it just has a stink on it. Okay? Jensen's out here having Brooks beg for jobs at the point in 24 where that shit starts up real good and everybody's wanting two brothers and all this shit and benches and all this other bullshit is going on and then, you know, and then there's like a breakup that supposedly happens at 110 and a local crazy lady who knows and is affiliated with them all who's been wound right up directing and driving the dirty bus from the beginning is pretending she feels some type of way while still doing dirty work back for Ryan and crew and this one and that one and the other and I see you and tow, you know, all the things, right? I don't know. But definitely knows us on Panhandle as well, and blah, 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 and there was some meltdowns of other folks, like Ziggy and the crew and all that, that were like, oh no, you gotta make Fred the bad guy, and Monster a good guy, and then I think there was a time period where they needed a better looking face things too. I don't know, it just depends on what you think, but I can tell you the fact that the amazing ICU crew been involved in absolute dastardly fuckery. And like the McDonough and still, yeah, he still selects our comments of all the bazillions others rolling through his chat. That tells you how tightsies they still are. And it's one of the only ones he'll take and post on screens too without them giving him like a $4,000 super chat. Well, ain't it? And he always picks that one out of the crowd. So anyway, you know, I don't know, I found some dirty shit there. Alright, then when you have IC and others eating off certain shit to others during time. And then to Ryan over there, who kept moving in his time in with what looks like this particular interview. That's what you're gonna call this shit. Yeah, that stinks to high heaven. Especially little drops there. You take them as separate pieces and put them together. Y'all, I have lost at least one life. It's tragic. Yeah, for another one. Anyway, so I tell you this. Oh, and there it is. It's under the lights. Okay. But they show up a lot of places. Because of these fuckers fucking around with every motherfucking body. And it's hard to tell whether and what all these things are because, well, what if they cause the things? On purpose or intentionally? To have new shit or drama to run in there for the Wells to go, nuh-uh, look here, and let's staple missing posters with a link to said bottle surfer from day one, Nana. You know, what if it's just another look here, look there, look everywhere else, and locals plant feeding shit back and forth? Because I can tell you, ICU link this group has been in everybody's inboxes. And don't get me started on the rest of the crew in these tragedy pimps. Because they have been. Right? And they just do fuck shit. And, you know, since everything seems to be a look here, look there, but since, not 1 minute one, no matter for what reason, I have my ideas. I also have an idea of other locals taking dirty ass money or shit being hung over their heads, or them trying to figure out who and what other locals are fucking with them by thinking this group would help them, this, and then it actually be make them look funny. Right. And that's sort of what happens when you have this group of McDonoughs and otherwise. I mean, like, because it's a big giant group, they're fucking around and inserting in and just not giving a fuck whose lives they destroy or where they can get something look here and look here at, you know. So there's a possibility that that too could exist, and because of this group, and because of people maybe wanting documentary shits or promising shit or hanging shit over people's head. Because, yeah, I mean, if you follow and you know what, you know, also, if I told you I'll operate on the all possibilities scale where it concerns these tragedy bimps too. Because if I haven't, thing is, known for a fact that these sons of a bitch and weasels of McDonough's were asshole deep in the Van Hill shit. Nana, and fake fights, maybe real ones, we don't know, but her buddy's still driving the bus around the wells, and it's giving them something to look here, look there at, like they really give a fuck. But, oh, and don't get me started on how half that crew, like Justin with the ICL and shit, and McDonough, all these things, they made every event, a shit show for high seas drama while blaming it on Dawn or somebody else or some other one of the tragedies. Always, there's like a whole cow farm that beats each other in the faces, or a Nana and Christmas trees with the same cow farm, or cow farm in combo with a pretend tragedy pimp, and a Justin, like Thusky, enact fucking bullshit at other events for summer and all that for high seas documentary bullshit, and by this group. Yeah, they're just known for fuck shit and bullshit, alright? McDonough just loves them though. He does. Loves him some Justin too. So have you thought about never being on national news or anywhere else? Anybody like McDonough again? If not, you should think about that. I hope this guy, it's his first time, didn't know any better. Bless him.
Law enforcement following up on a brand new lead. To Chris McDonough, any idea what that lead is?
Yes, that lead is connected to the father's friends who would have access to the property. And
That is gonna be some of the dumbest shit ever. Right? You'd think he'd done more for being all wrapped up and everything, but like, what the fuck is that shit? And I can't say it's not a real whatever. And I'm not trying to say or create a bubble of anything around right now. That's entirely Ellie. Okay, that's their damn business. I'm just saying that because of these people's fuckery, including ICU and all them, and I've watched and cataloged and compiled what they've done and to which neighbors and which people inside the community and knowing which way shit's going back and forth and which core groups involved and who's doing what and which rumors are going and all this shit is happening, I cannot discount the possibility of. That's right. So, and that is the problem, because if there is something real there, you're telling me that those like ICU, McDonough, etc., and this fucking crew, like the Jennies, Adrians, Ryans, etc., the Nanas, whatever else is, you're telling me they're tampering with, inserting it around it, couldn't fuck all that up? Or the 6 up and the naners being there when everything went down, all that, you tell me none of that could fuck shit up? Render anything unusable or create actual full tilt that shouldn't be? Alright. Anyway, this right here.
Also, stepping back.
That's moving this case forward.
Law enforcement following up on a brand new lead to Chris McDonough.
And I will say, I believe it was actually Kristen Quan's piece. She posted on WCYB, like her page on WCYB's thing, that did at the bottom of the Van Hill piece she released over there. It did include the no one is considered a suspect or person of interest. Right? At the bottom. Well, is Nancy Grace going to bring her back to say that, you think? She'd be a good person to consult with that. I mean, I could be wrong. It could have been Ainsley, it could have been any of them, but I'm pretty sure Kristen ran that part of it. So anyway.
Any idea what that lead is?
Yes, that lead is connected to the father's friends who would have access to the property.
The lead. Are connected to the father's friends or parents' friends have access to the property.
And
that's moving this case forward.
Law enforcement following up on a brand new lead to Chris McDonough. Any idea what that lead is?
Yes, that lead is connected to the father's friends.
Connected to the father's friends who have access to the property. Which property and which friends? Because if you listen to others, they say that property, I guess, way down yonder and the other end was wide open to anyone. And if you're talking about 110, I don't even know what to tell you about that. Seems wide open to anybody, I guess, too, but so I don't know. And which friends, see, whatever. Now, are you just hitting at specific people again?
Who would have access to the property. And also, stepping back for a moment, Nancy, about the kids, the other boys, the parents lost by court order parental rights. So basically the state of Tennessee took the children and then took the parental rights away from the parents and put them into foster care. Now those children are getting older and the parents, that was the statement you heard from the parents. where they're no longer being investigated. And
he says now they're getting older. What the hell did that do with anything? Oh, wait. Other than the fact that McDonough's group and the others are trying to get a hold of certain siblings getting their age out. Oh, yeah. Is that on your mind right now, McDonough? Or are you just trying to trigger it on with it? Like the group's trying to do. Right? I don't know. And then,
in this lead care, now those children are getting older, and the parents, that was the statement you heard from the parents, where they're no longer being investigated.
Did Dawn say they were no longer being investigated? For which part? Because I believe the DM said these were separate things. Right? So, can you get specific?
Well, in this lead itself, they went to a farm where there was believed to potentially be a pig farm at some point, and
Potentially believed to be? At some point. Didn't you do a whole piece where you went into... Okay. After you and Jensen went and did the fuckery and all the bullshittery and us, right? I believe you did. Okay. Now it's potentially believed to be.
we can talk about what that theory could have been.
Okay, go ahead. Hit me.
Well, pigs will devour a human body within 48 hours. And they will not eat the teeth, though. They will leave the teeth, but they'll eat the entire body.
Actually, sir, they'll eat everything. And they just, for some reason, don't digest certain things and they shit them out.
In fact, I did a video. You'll see it on my channel. I went to a pig farm and showed folks what that would potentially look like. And this is why when on pig farms, believe it or not, if a pig dies, the farmer has to get that pig out of there immediately, or the rest of the animals will devour that body completely, 100%. That body will disappear.
Don't seem to a lot of the times. A lot of farmers will just leave them in there as extra snacky snacks. Get 'em.
We are showing you the video Chris McDonough is describing, which you can see on his YouTube channel, The Interview Room. Now, reportedly, no direct connection has been made between Summerwell's disappearance and a pig farm. But there are theories and rumors circulating supporting a link between the two. Actually, there is a lot of forensic anthropology related to pig farms. But that aside, with no direct connection, we're kind of at loose ends. But to Kristen Kwan joining us, News 5, WCYB, what do you know about this lead that was predicated upon adult friends of Summer's father?
Yeah, so we know that Don Wells, Summer's father, did have friends on Van Hill Road, about 9 miles from their house. But the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has only confirmed to us that they went there following up on a tip. They haven't said what they were doing there. And because of the nature of this case, everything has been sealed off to the media.
Straight out to Brian.
Is like Nana and her fam part of this area, the red dots associated with Nana and all them, and that were coming into Ben Hill during other predatory cycles through years? I have questions.
Gibbons, the connection, the search, the new search based on a tip 9.5 miles away from the family home. This is very densely forested terrain. What would you do now?
Yeah, well, here's the deal. Just like Chris said, and he makes the right point, this is a tremendously rural area. You would have to have knowledge of the family, of that location, of their patterns of movement, that Summer would be there.
Lord. Don't get me started on some of those that come from down here in the Van Hill sector and not the ones actually under. Bless.
When you showed up. So it's very unlikely that this is just, a complete stranger.
Okay, wait a minute. Brian Fitzgibbons, you saw the home, the aerial photos. It's in the middle of a very rural area. Some would say the middle of nowhere. Where's she going to go? Of course she's home.
No, exactly. But I mean, how are you going to know that there's a child in there to abduct? So, it points to someone with knowledge of the family and with knowledge of when they're going to be home, right? That she's not at school at that time, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, sir, Summer wasn't attending school yet, and it was the summertime. Anyway, so none of the children, it's fine, sir. It's fine. But, I don't know. Work crews are on top of the hill. Property sales. Cadence Dunn Avenue's up for sale too. Weird ass property sale ads that combine the two properties. Oh, well, three actually. Yeah. Yeah, don't get us started on that. Closed up this and the other. Yeah, I don't know. People kept waiting in areas to try to elude or get around or not trigger certain cameras. Because, people are afraid of wet sick fuckers. Whatever.
Okay. This juncture, where do we go, Brian?
At this point, the hope is that through re-interviews, through new information, that some new lead will come out. There is still a substantial reward attached to this case, and we know that
Okay, we always hope that. Are you telling me this guy doesn't know that Summer wasn't in school? This wasn't school time, all this stuff. But he knows whether there's a reward and how much. Okay.
is actively working on it. So, you have to hope that new information can be revealed through these efforts.
We are pursuing every avenue.
we're covering every ground cover. We're covering every aspect. At the end of it, if we don't cover it, we have to cover everything 100%. We're utilizing them just to clear waterways, areas that we can't put our normal people into, the canines, stuff that aerial cannot see that well. We want to get in there, flip every rock, check every crevice, check every spot, just to make sure we don't miss a spot.
It is still an open and active investigation. I think most people think that the case has gone cold, but that's not true. We still have agents working on it constantly.
Nobody tell McDonough. Y'all remember I had a little group connect with him and all this shit? We're all putting up propaganda that Summer's case was cold, or that nobody was doing anything, and for everybody to inundate and call in law enforcement or law enforcement to turn it over to the Cold Case Foundation, or McDonough asking Dawn to ask if it could be turned over to him, but he wouldn't work on it. He wouldn't do anything as long as Dawn turned it over. You know, he promised not to peek at it or anything. Right? You remember that shit? Pepperidge Farm remembers that. So why do you think Ear was talking about that at that point? Oh, it couldn't be because of the bullshit group around McDonough doing all that shit, and then McDonough even being like, hey, you know, Dawn, if you want to, and I promise, if you have us work on it turned over to I won't peek at it. Huh. Interesting.
We follow up on any new information that comes in. I can say that we've been following up on information that we've received in the last few months. So it is very much an active investigation, and we will not give up.
From WBIR 10 and Times News in Kingsport, there is a $10,000 reward in place for information leading to the whereabouts of...
I think it's actually more now. There was the two guys, remember, and both still promised it if she was found. So I think they were, I don't know, whatever, but people do forget there's still a reward, but I don't know anymore if one of those applies, two does, but they do say, I learned that in Summer's case, that stats show that generally speaking, rewards don't necessarily bring anyone forward, and stats show that most people do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, especially around missing and murdered individuals. You know, even without rewards offered, the numbers are like even. So on, you know, tips and leads and all that and what leads to, so yeah, I don't know. But maybe to somebody it means something, and you know, I don't know, they're saying 10 here. Maybe Ziggy will do something. She does like that 10K shit. Gets real weird. Carrying on.
Wells. Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Story.
But then again, so does the setup of Queen around Josh, so does the shit with, oh damn, how many have we seen around here? And definitely how many of those 10K maps were circulating in 24 forward. What's up with that? Especially then. Oh, but then this group, they have that habit in the 10K mounts and all the open and active investigations they work through. Strange numbers they hit. Yeah, anyway.
and stream it first on Fox One. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions from.
Oh my god. Hold up. But as far as friends go of Donix or whatever, I mean, I know that's the way it was just said, but the thing is this McDonough continue to hit out at Monster Fred too? I don't know. But I'll tell you, Monster despised, and I do mean despised, certain character or two down that way. So, although there were two bright shining moments the years, 24 being one of them where certain ship Monster was helping McDonough and crew, and I see using him or his whore was one because, and there was that jump out shit story, was entirely confused a bit, Horror come out to drag him back in before he was given too much information on what the fuck, what do you mean my shit was linked? So there's that. Gotta keep that boy blind, deaf, and dumb. Trigger. You can't get him or four back up to shit. So anyway, but yeah, Monster despises folks telling that way, and generally speaking, that goes both ways. I don't know that Fred has any real, whatever, or telling. There are things that could link certain things, but also, McDonough named Jackson, and he should, obviously. Just basic shit. Maybe it's part of the ploy with him. He acts like you don't know when he's oblivious to. But obvious family ties and the reasons people could be in roadways and all that shit too. But the local reporter there saying that, what was it?
Is making that.
It is.
We are, et cetera, et cetera.
Middle of nowhere. Wait a minute.
Good point.
Everything.
Direct connection. We're kind of anthropology related to pig farms. But that aside, with no direct connection, we're kind of at loose ends. But to Kristen Kwan joining us, News 5, WCYB, what do you know about this lead that was predicated upon adult friends of Summer's father?
Yeah, so we know that Don Wells, Summer's father, did have friends on Van Hill Road, about 9 miles from their house. But the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has only confirmed to us that they went there following up on.
Nancy says friends of friends. Kristen says Don has friends on Van Hill. You think it would definitely include Nana and a bunch of others. Maybe he didn't even realize we're affiliated with Nana. Maybe Red Dots. Don't know. Maybe other linky things. I don't know, really. Maybe he was going and getting wood for free or food at times too. You just never know. Hell if I know.
They haven't said what they were doing there, and because of the nature of this case, everything has been sealed off to the media.
Straight out to Brian Fitzgibbons, the connection, the search, the new search based on a tip, 9.5.
And because of the nature of this case, everything has been sealed off to the media.
Away from Gibbons, they
confirmed to us that they went there following up on a tip. They haven't said what they were doing there, and because of the nature of this case, everything has been sealed off to the media.
straight out to Brian Fitzgibbons. The connection, the search, the new search, based on a tip 9.5 miles away from the family home. This is very densely forested terrain. What would you do now?
Maybe what she means by that, the nature of this case. You mean when McDonough and crew latched into, like they did Sebastian's in the exact same way, or Holland's, or Layla's, or any of the others predating Summers were overlapping with, or since everywhere around the country, including Quentin's and Dillon's and Harrow's and Idaho 4 and Reed and, oh, you know, Harmonies and Cash, Classic, Sincere, and doing all the same fuck shit, same great minute. And then hunting down people and anyone and everyone around all the cases. I mean, you're talking lunch, talking neighbors and Cash, Classic, Sincere, all the wrong people. Neighbors, witnesses, fry guys, babysitters, other white Elantras, yeah, shit like that. And blaming bakery owners or some shit, and a food truck guy at one point too, and then autistic fat men, like, just, you mean like that? And then acquiring a bunch of people with the same methods of combined social media, getting in the missing or family groups, running them, figuring out who's neighbor, friend, witnesses, knows the family connected to them, figures out or thinks that those around the case would watch those groups, then the rooms over here and other places run the worst of the worst shit about them. They advertise them in the missing or murder groups. That way the family, friends, neighbors makes them aware, and those people come to defend themselves, or see things falsely put out about them, or their children used to bait them in, and all that. Like Emma, Ryan, you know, Emma, I'm being the school of McDonough, and all them, you know, in the ICU, somewhere, all this shit. Smiley played a big role in Sebastian's as well, and don't get me started on the Trevor Lees and their roles and shit. But you mean like that? And then they all start to crap, but the media won't say anything, the police won't say anything. Is this group, even without people present or trigger bitched or falsely turned, like Kylie Rodney's? Look what they did to even high school classmates, ruined their lives for all this shit, you know? In every case, they do that, man. Every damn case. And look at how many things are tampering with even after, in these cases, verdicts are rendered. You know? They're getting shit overturned, fuck around, propaganda, Odin shit, Mike Delphi, all this crap. Working with defense attorney, all this crap too. It's fucking disgusting what's happening. But could it be that that's the reason? Is that my wish talking about? Could it be that this exact group and one of the assholes up here on Nancy Grace is extraordinarily responsible for and inserting around all these time after time and wrong about everything, always trying to circle square shit, and this group he operates with and around even still is inserting in and around all these things. And then everybody's figured out that, well, if anything's requestable, noble, then this group's gonna do shit with it that ain't no good and potentially fuck it up on purpose with that absolute malicious intent. And maybe for Monsters or Monsters responsible or anything like that, because you know, they do some weird shit around here. Yep. So, you know, I don't know. And then, the tragedy pimps get to use that. The media and police, they're not telling us anything. And even if people aren't around here to speak for themselves or stand up against what they're doing to their real lives or communities or anything else, right? They still annihilate, target people, and make up narratives, and they try to get shit by any means necessary, any new information. I don't know, McDonough's been known to have certain shit in the background, and other things he wasn't supposed to. And screwing out that, that'd be Michael's. But, you know, you need one little paper slip, right? Somebody hit the wrong button one time and it get to one of these, and then, well, you can see them getting the prime knowledge of others and fucking with and doing things to them online. And, or trying to get people to drop that for them. It's like the same tactic and technique Nana's been using the whole time in this group, with other idiots stupid enough to play for them with a minute by orders, you know, like Shay and crew too. But Nana's recently done for sure. Like always, really. And you'll see that same tactic used. It's like some of us knew things that were held by McDonough long before the public. We watched what him and his crew did with that shit. And they weren't supposed, you know, and never said a word about it. Not to the public, because it was, nope. And I think they're hoping that shit will be put out by people they told about it. And it only got that way once they, you know, whispered it to Justin. And then he did the droppage, right? And then certain covering was done with that, right? Like he was given approval and shit and stuff like that. But, yeah, whoops. But they did try heavy to get certain shit they should not have had their hands on and could not be looked after Henry, you know what I mean? And they were hoping other people put out forums so I do it. It's a tactic around here. You know, unfortunately there's a lot of desperate people and monsters will do the dirty work, like for Nana and the Moto crew and all that shit recently, you see, and those like Curiosity putting out shit that others around here locally that some of us know and respect and care for very much. This group and I fucked around with, they were asked respectfully not to do certain things. And I was like, well, fuck you, my dude, anyway. And then Curiosity went and put shit out in a backwards, fuck around circle jerk, you know. And, forum, while pretending over there, still, she ain't been showing what the fuck anybody's talking about. You know. Anyway, under the guise of other things. There's always somebody around here doing something dark side. Anyway, whatever, carry on.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. Just like Chris said, and he makes the right point, this is a tremendously rural area. You would have to have knowledge of the family, of that location, of their patterns of movement, that Summer would be there when you showed up. So it's very unlikely that this is just, you know, a complete stranger.
Okay, wait a minute. Brian Fitzgibbons, you saw the home, the aerial photos. It's in the middle of a very rural area. Some would say the middle of nowhere. Where's she going to go? Of course she's home.
No, exactly. But I mean, how are you going to know that there's a child in there to abduct? So, it points to someone with knowledge of the family and with knowledge of when they're going to be home, right? That she's not at school at that time, et cetera, et cetera.
So at this juncture, where do we go, Brian?
At this point, the hope is that through re-interviews, through new information, that some new lead will come out. There is still a substantial reward attached to this case, and we know that TBI is actively working on it. So, you have to hope that new information can be revealed through these efforts.
We are pursuing every avenue. We're covering every ground cover. We're covering every aspect. At the end of it, if we don't cover it, we have to cover everything 100%. We're utilizing them just to clear waterways, areas that we can't put our normal people into, the canines, stuff that aerial cannot see that well. We want to get in there, flip every rock, check every crevice, check every spot, just to make sure we don't miss a spot.
It is still an open and active investigation. I think most people think that the case has gone cold, but that's not true. We still have agents working on it constantly.
And to touch back on what I was saying, we'll go with the cold case and propaganda by his crew rapper McDonough and Trevor and the acquisition team, all that shit. Wasn't that same thing a narrative in the handy dandy notebook checkoff list around Sebastian's at one point too? They even had Seth swearing up down because law enforcement and stuff weren't even telling him anything. That it must be cold. Nobody was working it. And to turn it over to McDonough and the Cold Case Foundation. Or whatever it is. Yes, wildly enough, I do believe that happened in Sebastian's as well. Huh. Interesting, eh? Damn, some things just never change around, do they?
Follow up on any new information that comes in. I can say that we've been following up on information that we've received in the last few months. So it is very much an active investigation, and we will not give up.
From WBIR 10 and Times News in Kingsport, there is a $10,000 reward in place for information leading to the whereabouts of Summer Wells.
I'm sorry, but isn't that one unannounced?
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions from cases making the headlines and cases you may never have heard of until Crime Stories. We go inside investigations with exclusive interviews, crime victims, families seeking justice, investigators, experts, and sources from within the case itself. Stay on top of the nation's biggest trials with us, including gavel-to-gavel coverage with real-time analysis. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Stream it first on Fox 1. I hope to see you there, and
what the hell is gavel-to-gavel coverage? Is this like Jenny to Crum's asshole coverage, or is this like gavel when justice is enacted, and then like the next gavel after all the bullshit propaganda gets shit overturned, so everybody can keep turning the tragedy pimp wheels of money and doom from top to bottom? I mean, what the hell is gavel-to-gavel coverage? Is that like what just happened on me? Like, you get the gavel of the final verdict, and then you get like a gavel of, okay, we're overturning. Is that what that would mean now? I don't know.
Thank you, friend. Chris McDonough, let me re-emphasize all of your credentials. Director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective, extensive experience in searching for people and witnesses, over 300 homicide cases.
Extensive when you're in searching for and witnesses. You mean hunting them down like goddamn animals? Profit with a fucking group of criminals online wrongly in every goddamn case he's touched online. And destroying people and witnesses in every fucking case he's worked online. And that others doing it in person and on the ground in the court. I mean, that is that what you mean by hunting witnesses? Is this a phone number? And then his buddy Don B and grins and commit with him back. I'm at Lawson's office. Hold on, 5 minutes for me, man. You been putting out the wrong shit in the beginning, try to get witnesses come forth so you can profit up while destroying. I mean that. I'm gonna need clarification.
Your belt. And the star of The Interview Room on YouTube, where I happened to find you at the beginning of the Brian Kohberger investigation. Early on. Chris, you decided on your own.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Dear Nancy, you'd had McDonough and him on far before the Idaho 4 bullshit with the black glove on top of it. Don't make no sense. Do you forget him, Jansen, Moselle, you and Court David? Come on. And I believe him in profiling Road Grace's panel back, way before that. Even, like, sorry, am I tripping here? I know they've been on many shows and politicians and all this, but you know what? Fine. I don't care.
To launch your own investigation into the disappearance of Summer Wells. Why and what did you do? And the star of The Interview Room on YouTube, where I happened to find you at the beginning of the Brian Kohberger investigation. Early on. Chris, you decided on your own, sua sponte, to launch your own investigation into the disappearance of Summer Wells.
What the hell? He decided on his own to launch his own investigation. After what? Law enforcement said, we don't need your services, and then he just kept on this dirty shit, his dirty crews, dirty people steal it. Like, is that really an investigation? And they do the same in Sebastian's and Layla's, all that same crew. Like, you know what? Fuck, can anybody just do that? Because he's really nothing. I'm sorry, what power does he have anywhere? What law enforcement, where, I mean, like, is he holding a badge in all 50 now? Like, I don't think so. Just can't launch your own shit. You can't go stalking people, because essentially he's a private citizen now. Alright? He's nobody. You can't go having people fucking stalked, fucked with, and certain. You can't be doing all this shit. You can't be doing it with bullshit ass CIs either that are all criminals doing criminal shit. You can't be doing it by some dirty. And either way, bro, no. You just can't lunch your own shit. No. You just can't do that. God. Carry on.
Hey, and what did you do?
So, Nancy, what happened was I happened to have been in Tennessee at the time this had taken place. And I went there to Hawkins County and met with Candace. And we talked for a little while about the disappearance of her child.
Okay, for starters, when he met with Candace, that was after, around the boys being taken. Okay. So he might have been in Tennessee or something somewhere, right? But it wasn't like he happened to me. See, I don't know. And I mean, of course, him and Tiffany Marie had to acquire the sisters and Trisha first. And then Hunter had already done his, and then Candace didn't want to speak their piece and do tit for tat, so it was on there too. Yeah.
And because my background and expertise is in missing children, I was able to create a relationship with her.
But a homicide detective, that's not, that they cover all victims. And, he says he's been what? Narcotics, homicide, this here, I don't know. Has he been on, anyway, it doesn't matter to me. But, if by that he means,
and the disappearance of her child, Summer. And because my background and expertise is in missing children, I was able to.
You mean the ones you make go missing inside the system with false confession, shit like that? We have questions. You mean all like the other cases you've touched online of missing and murdered individuals, including children, that you've been entirely wrong in time after time and aiming and targeting and putting out life-destroying shit about all the wrong people every fucking time? You mean that? All the children the group tries to acquire, especially if they're witnesses and y'all want to hunt them down to get all the beef? By any means necessary. I mean that, I don't know. Define that first. Need some clarification.
Create a relationship with her and a relationship of trust. And she took me down to the water hole where they were. She took me up to the house where they live. And my intent purely was to help her and help the family identify if this in fact was an abduction or if there was other circumstances that were taking place that would cause us.
I don't know, buddy. You seemed more heavily concentrated on Paw Patrol. I'm gonna be real honest with you. And I don't know. I don't know. Does anything to do with that ground crew working for the Black Millie pretend police crew and the Jamie Wilson variety and all this other shit crew that swear up and down they had parts of Paw Patrol? Was that before or after the acquisition of Trish and Sisters with Tegan and the hunting crew? Hunting down all the witnesses. Or others. Were there any promises or crossroads deals? I just have questions, okay?
And help them find Summer.
So, Chris McDonough, when you go to the scene, good gravy, they do look like hoarders. What did you learn?
Well, the first thing I discovered when Candace and I were down at the water hole talking initially, and that's Candace right there, Nancy, in the shot going into that, it's behind
one day shot 5 years, and you have to point out who Candace is to Nancy. But you know, I hate this.
A table, almost like a bar of some sort in their living room, and it's really a crawl space into the basement. And so when I was first talking,
Oh my God! Trapdoors, crawl spaces, sub-basement levels, Raccoon City, holy shit.
at the water hole, I could tell she was carrying a tremendous amount of weight. Obviously, so, you know, being a mother of a child who's missing. But when I got back to her house, I was shocked at the circumstances in relationship to the living conditions.
Okay, I think we're showing Summer's bedroom right now, and that's underground.
Yes, I mean, if you can believe.
Weird, Candace screws up about 45 times, calls it the playroom to other media outlets, like real ones. Okay.
Nancy, if you saw how we got into this area here, you had to go through, you know, this crawl space, and it was very narrow. It was very, in my opinion, if somebody would have fallen down that, and that was one of the thoughts that I had, could this have been an accident where she fell down and, you know, now the family feels that they're stuck in a circumstance that maybe there's other things behind the scenes, which I wasn't aware of at that time. And, you know, maybe they wanted to help, but couldn't, you know, they couldn't think fast enough, for lack of a better term. But when you get down to the basement there, you'll notice the windows. Look at the windows in there next to her bed. I mean, they've got aluminum on them, and it's reflective. And then to the room next door is her parents' room. And then there's an exterior door. At the time, though, was blocked by a couch when she went missing. So I started to really question about how a 5-year-old goes down into the basement, and that was the last environment she was ever seen, and just vanished.
Usually you couldn't see the road because they have...
He did it again. I have to question this repeatedly. And I know he heard that from Allie and him. Allie's were shutting up for a while, etc. Last she seen, there was couch there, whatever. But man, if there had been on the day Summer vanished, it would have been moved, or if something happened to it, right? Whatever. If there had been, and then it had to be moved somewhere. You think that'd leave evidence behind. You'd think Grandma's back of her truck would be hoarded, or somebody would have seen something. It would, I mean, like, I don't know, and then the piece of furniture Allie's talking about looks to be still on the property. So, I mean, you think law enforcement would be aware of that. And if there was a giant hole, like a space, there at the back door that looked like abnormally absent of items as opposed to the rest of that, and suddenly, you know, and whatever manner, they'd be like, why in the hell would this have been taken out or moved from the house before, you know what I mean? Doesn't job, man.
Through here in mode.
And then, why are you even talking about whether the door was locked or unlocked downstairs if also, according to you, there's a damn couch in front of the door? I'll wait for an answer on that. Y'all don't think too hard about the 45 narratives of McDonough. Why would it matter if a door was locked or unlocked if there was a couch in front of it? You know, we'll wait, McDonough.
Down a bunch of stuff away from the power lines.
Okay.
But usually it's full up. You can't even see the road.
That day, though, how was it? Was it full up, or
They
was it like
actually, that day and a few days prior to that, they were working on this.
Yeah, I can see the cars going by. And that is not far from your property.
Mm-mm.
Is there?
Oh my God! He can see cars going by. And do you hear all the cars in the super rural you can never see what you'd had another family? Oh my god. And wait, there were actually strangers on the property the day of and the day before. Oh my god! Cutting paths to where? Oh. Anyway, so I don't know, man. And do they play the part where Candace does a spooky Halloween voice, says she's full of shit, though, yet? Do they play that?
A holler down there? I mean, is there a river of some sort?
The creek runs all the way around the property.
And how deep is the creek?
Oh, there he goes. That's what him and that douchebag do randomly. Remember, I'm profiling you. I hate it. I hate it. But it's like that. Yeah, man, you're tech smart. You're down with the bros. Can you dab me out? He does thunder. This bastard is a goofball.
Okay, just so it's like an inch or two.
Chris McDonough, you walked the property as well. What did you learn about the creek and what did you learn about the traffic?
At the bottom of that hill, as we can see there, at the time Summer went missing, there was a tree trimming company that had been working below there. And what Candace was doing is pointing that out where they had been working. And that road in of itself, it's a very steep incline to get up to the top of that hill there to get to their property. So one of the thoughts was, is it possible somebody from the service company or somebody could have stepped on that road, gotten up there? But the downside to that thought process was you would have had to known 100% that some.
Well, obviously they got up there to cut and do things anyway, and then how about down? And then wouldn't they be able to know? Because they have eyes on, and also scheduling and times too. And then what about somebody just property stuff, One way or the other, whether it was because mix-ups on the Dobbs piece being sold under wrong addresses and connecting like 3 properties, making them look like they're also being confused, also featuring Dawn and Candace's house and bus over there, and making it look like it was one piece, and then could be in that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
In that basement at that very moment, and I find that highly unlikely.
But Lawson said, and I mean, you go back to Dawn talking about being outside was her downfall, right? Then you go back to being one of the first after 609 and hearing what Candace had to say, or what Candace told many others in different ways. Well, shit gets a little funky. And what the boys had to say. And before or after dawn, depends on how you look at that. The fact that not one of them was yelling for Summer or really ever called for her again. Didn't hear Candace call her name again after she yelled on top of the hill, with the "What did you do? What did you do?" thing. And she come down the driveway, and didn't hear her going up and down, yelling Summer's name. Didn't hear others doing it. Didn't hear Dawn doing it when he got there. Hell, he didn't even really get out and search. He aimed for one area, it seems like. It's like, meh, it's fine. Left all the other children, I guess, Candace Sr. and Candace Jr. were all worried about, because they just knew somebody had taken Summer somehow, even though it doesn't add up there either. And, Dawn didn't bother to search or yell or scream or stay out there and make wild horses drag him away. Knowing his voice could have maybe been the one to bring Summer, out of wherever she might have been. No real attempts, though. Oh, but that's right. Wait, they were on the phone the whole time. Oh, but wait, no, actually, the way he knew Summer was still moving because she hadn't called him back. Oh, but wait, no, it's that he saw the neighbor. The neighbors. Back to the neighbor. And his boy's still searching, so that's when he knew. But wait.
You are seeing video from Don Wells' family on YouTube. I want you to hear what the mom, Candace Wells, tells Chris McDonough.
I parked the truck and I opened both doors. It's really hard because this lawnmower is. But I opened the doors up and I shook her. I said, "Wake up, we're at home." She jumped right up.
Okay.
Like nothing. I unbuckled her and I said, "Come on." I said, "Mom, I'll be right back." And went in there and got the boys, and they were sitting on the table. The boys are actually sitting here.
Okay.
And they're actually sitting right here at the table.
The repetitive use of actually.
Okay, so they're at the table watching TV. Okay.
They were all locked in. Nobody could get in. Nobody could get out. Kind of thing.
Watching TV. Where's Summer?
Summer, she was with me. We walked up in here and we got Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon, the boys.
Right.
Well,
you put the groceries down, right?
Yeah, well, we went back out and then we brought the groceries in and put them down. And then Mom, she went took her stuff to her house, put her stuff away.
Okay.
And then, of course, me and Summer went back over, put our stuff away.
Okay.
In addition to Chris McDonough, star of The Interview Room, and Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, joining us tonight, Kristen Kwan, news anchor 5 WCYB Bristol. What jumps out at you from what you are seeing on Chris McDonough's interview with the mom?
Well, I think what jumps out to me is, I've been up to that property as well, along with Chris at a different time. And I think the first thing that she told me was they believe that Summer was taken, that someone came through that back door in her room and took her out the side door and maybe took her down that dog trail that you can kind of see in the video near their property. We walked that dog trail. It's extremely, extremely rugged. It's hard to walk down. I think it would be hard to take a 5-year-old girl down that path.
Take a listen to more from Chris.
I'm not saying about Kristen, but I am saying, note that Dawn says the one dog trail, right? Candace in her interview with McDonough was like, I don't know which fucking dog trail. I think it's this one over here. There's many dog trails. Almost like Candace can't get behind that shit either. It's sort of repetitive in that their amazing history of shit just suddenly getting going off the very top of the hill in broad daylight in like a 5-minute period. That's very precious to them. Via the dumb dog trail. If you know, you know. Alright? It obviously Dawn aims at Marlene and other shit. Even on Dr. Phil with that shit. But if you're one of the neighbors, all the receipts on that, you realize that Dawn and Candace are fucking around Marlene and them first and robbing them, and looked like Candace Sr. was too, and Dawn. It looked like all three of them were fucking around Marlene and crew, robbing them money and sending shit to spin, you know, but always a goddamn dog trail. Yeah, broad daylight. Down in Kansas, be like, oh, it had to be somebody knew we'd be going this way. It's like, yeah. And then a few days later, it's like, oh, Marlene. But, you know, like, it gets stupid. If you're a neighbor with receipts, you're a neighbor with receipts. Repetitive patterns. So the, dog trail shit just, well, at least one of the reasons. It just reeks about as much as McDonough and everybody else. It's weird though, Candace, even in her praise with McDonough, is like, which fucking dog trail, and she sort of has that joking on. She's like, hell, the dog trail work, which is true. Absolutely true. Everywhere, there's all kinds of trails, like, you know what I mean? But then don't forget that all sort of starts because Dawn hears something he overhears something. Then it's that he was told something by something, and then it was that he seen something, and then it transformed too, so.
His interview.
Yeah, me and Summer went back in the house. And then we were just doing normal stuff.
Okay.
On the house like we normally do. And I come out, Mom was sitting there at the time I come out, and I'm standing here. Okay. I was like, what are you doing? What are you staring at? She's like, these plants, I gotta get them transplanted. I was like, well, Summer will help us, so I went back in. By that time, she was sitting on the floor playing with her toys. I said, Summer, you want to help plant flowers? And she jumped up, left her toys and us, of course. We walked over here, and we transplanted these cactuses from the little pots that they were in. And transplanted these ones here into this bigger pot, and that one into that bigger pot. And she took the rocks that we've gotten from different gem mines when we went up to Gatlinburg and stuff.
Okay.
And she's the one that spreaded all the rocks around in here. And then she put her puppies in here because she wanted to chase in there, you know.
Okay.
And then we went in my mom's where we can't get in there.
Yeah, that's fine. Went in
We
there.
went in there and got some candy and stuff she gets from grandma.
Okay.
And I said, well, I'm going to go back over to the house. She wanted to go back, so I figured I'd go back, you know.
Okay.
And I brought her, I literally walked over to here. Like literally walked right to here where I could see the boys and on the kitchen.
So much, literally and actually.
Got him.
And I watched her walk in there.
Chris McDonough, I'm sure you've seen this with a lot of witnesses. There are portions of what the mom.
And you always have to wonder why they always said the boys, etc. It was like a whole grouping, but then in that piece with McDonough, she only names one to actually be in charge of watching. So, strange, huh?
Said that I believe that Summer Wells was there when they were transplanting the little cacti. I believe that she spread the gems around amongst the ornamental rocks. I believe she probably went into the grandma's and got some candy. I don't know what to make of it from that point. I don't know when those things actually occurred. But the reason I say I believe that those things did happen, whether it was that day or another day, is the level of detail she provides, the degree of certainty. I don't know if it was the day Summer went missing, but I think those things did happen. What did you make of her story?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Nancy. There are fractions of her story that are believable. There's no question about it. In your experience, I mean, having interviewed thousands of witnesses in trials and courts, I guess one of the things that really jumped out at me is the level of detail just seems too much. What I mean by that is, she walks me over and points to how she, told Summer to get into the house. And it's almost like this overprotective narrative. Yet you let a 5-year-old go into a basement like this, which is quite frankly, looks like a dungeon when you get inside of it. And then, it's on top of this concept when she first pulls up from a day's activities together. They were at a water hole together. That she gives this narrative of, yeah, Summer just.
But yeah, down on the opposite end of the bookshelf there, being like it kept happening over and over again. We would have to be like, boys, where's Summer? You left right, go get Summer, right? That's how helicopter is. I mean, give me a break. I think we all know better. We all know better from the beginning. When I was first sent screenshots from others in the area, because it wasn't all like, I was sent them by others. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know how many days I could tell you exactly, but all of us in there that know that I'm like, what the hell? And then eventually I was like, I couldn't help it. At one point, I seen Candace, obviously, and was talking to her at the bottom. It's quite a while after, obviously. And after I'd become aware of what their story was, because I never asked, wasn't none of my damn business. I ain't law enforcement. I ain't Fred trying to snoop either. I wasn't like, hey, what'd you say? What's your story? It wasn't none of my damn business, man. That's between them and law enforcement and whatever fucking god they want to pretend to believe in. Okay? So, found out, most of y'all, I guess, through newspaper. But only because others shared it with them. Like, are you seeing this shit? And others knew there were things that were absolutely wrong and not accurate, at least, and not what happened on the 15th. Everyone was like, what the fuck? So anyway, after that period, I do absolutely recall talking to Candace at one point. I was like, man, I get it. Alright, y'all look horrible. Okay? I get it. But, man, this seems like a load of shit. It does. And it is. And just can the shit, dude. Even if you look like shit, because, I mean, I ain't gonna be that brutal, but like, cause you're shit. But I was like, man, can the shit. Who cares? Just can the bullshit, whatever this. Pretend your shit be like, here is whatever not fancy up, and that way they have an easier time of finding Summer. Candace didn't really like it. Gotta tell you. It's like all the rest of the times over the years. It's like Dawn saying something about the sisters, where I was like, man, I'm sorry, I believe them because, like, they said enough about Utah that I know is so true. They say, yeah. He thought about a while, it ate at him, then he did the whole confessing thing at the Palace Wendy and everything, and all that shit tonight. It's like, them fucking around with, apparently YouTube at the time, and we, you know what I mean, like, and that bullshit Mary call and all that crap, and Candace thought it a downright goddamn riot, funnier fuck, till she remembered what neighbor I was. And I'm the one to stick up the ass. So, she was having a tea, good time about laughing, like, I don't know, I guess everybody around her found it hilarious. And don't get me started how that was a setup between, like, J4, reward shit, squall stuff, we could leave you hopeless, share, a crew, a team, whatever, and McDonough and everybody else in that shit show. As, whatever it was, to make Kansas look like whatever, and I don't know, whatever, right? And, either way, I was like, Kansas having a yell good time about it. And I was like, you know how that makes you look, right? And then the mask changed, and oh yeah, I'm around the neighbor with the stick up her ass. Yeah, because even I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. But throughout all the years, there were many moments that got even before some finished. Right. Forgetting who or what she was reading. And like, oh, I was smoking the meth. Like, bro, what the fuck? Ain't you got a problem to say what the hell? Shit ain't cool. And then the mask come out. Oh, dog made me do it. The fuck? Homie? What the hell? Okay. Sure. Anyway, so there's always shit like that, But they and all the rest, and even, I guess, Meteor, I'll tell you, they do enjoy their games, and people doing dirty work for them, and TM with them, and Lord of mercy. And don't make any mistake, it ain't just Candace Dawn and the rest enjoy it. Candace Senior to certain levels, I've seen it. Even before Summer vanished. Same behaviors and patterns for them in ways hold true throughout all this. It's very magnified and far larger with this group helping with it, but it's no different for them. And I say it many ways. It's like, there could be something back here that's real. And the person is responsible and be very much known to them, or they've gotten someone involved that did not want to be, but that they're going to put it off on. I mean, they do weird fuck shit, including blackmail or flopping shit that solely they have done, onto others and trying to get at it by law enforcement, other shit in advance of the others and set up. I mean, these 2/3 go hard. Some of the neighbors hold receipts on that. And that their patterns of behavior ain't changing much. Alright, so some of the shit they've done and they're still doing in Summers and what they think. I've even seen these super geniuses have others or whatnot, or one of the three type as other people and try to make other people believe it was other people, but it's actually them forcing it, doing weird shit. You know. And boy, ain't that sort of held true with Summers as well. It's like that. Hey, Jody Sue, 75% trolls, Mullen, type of hint wink. Yeah, buddy, we get it. You're fucking blisteringly genius, you and Mullen. And crew, and Nana and crew. Y'all are fucking amazing. Love it. You know, these are things that, I mean, look, y'all gonna see the fuckery. Though y'all have turned it into other things serious, you can see the love of games and trying to get out all this other shit. Even Candace do on Facebook. It's like the pregnancy post. That was bullshit. Just fuck with people to do certain things, all things around certain things. They're very well known for pretending they're out of town when they're actually in, all these other things too, to do whatever it is that they're into it with or around or don't want people or serve something not, realize they're home or where they're really at. I mean, just weird shit. And a lot of times, and I am indeed one of those older seats, unlike a whole lot of others, but Candace or one and be like, yeah, it's bullshit. What I posted on this the other today because I'm fucking with so and so or playing a game or blah blah blah, but we're home, we're blah blah blah, or no, I'm not really pregnant, I'm just fucking with so, but there are also some real dark, dirty, deep things behind some of those things. They ain't just Candace playing online games. I mean, they're a game for sure, but far darker, predatory things. So, and that predates summer vanishing. But as far as behavior, patterns, don'ts, games, bullshit, these assholes from London, they're sort of sticking by most of those. They just have all y'all on social media helping them at this point. With Nana and dirty bus drivers and McDonough's and whatever the hell else. That's about sum and total of it. And I'll get out there and say one thing to real journalists and shit and real media, and they get on here and be like, yeah, lockdown, I know I told real media that big bad YouTube is dangerous and this there, and we hate them, and blah blah blah, we just went to it. And they screwed us over, and Molly made me lose my job, but man, a lockdown, we've actually had y'all and used y'all to target employers and pissed off at, and I'll get this, also Dr. and we are really grateful for YouTube, but we'd already hung, strange shit, I know.
Up. It's almost like, okay, I need to emphasize this to you. And in my training and experience, that could be either A, completely truthful, or, you have to look at those types of statements and say, okay, is she just trying to fill some gaps from activity that she's trying to conceal?
Investigative reporter Kristen Kwan joining us out of News 5 WCYB Bristol. I've had a lot of witnesses and defendants that they weave in truthful portions of a story with untruthful portions, but I definitely believe that those events did happen. I don't know when, if it was the day someone went missing or not. When you went there, let me rephrase that. Have you heard any story that is inconsistent with what she just said?
I have not heard anything inconsistent with what she just said. And even when we went up there a couple of days after Summer had been reported missing, you could still see some of the Paw Patrol toys in the planters where she had maybe been planting with her grandma or planting with her mom. So I do think some of those details are definitely accurate.
This is where the story gets murky.
And afterwards, when she was already in there, I walked over and said, quiet. And he looked at me and said, watch Sissy, I'll be right back. And that's when I walked back over to my mom's.
Okay.
And I was fixing her brace and stuff like that. And I said, well, Mom, I got to go back over with the kids. And that's when I come back up into the house.
Okay.
With the boys.
Okay.
I walked in here and them three were sitting right here in a row with their eyes glued to the TV, like always. And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs, Mom, to play. So I went over here like this, because this is where the stairs are.
Okay.
It's actually down under there.
Oh, down into her
Down into
bedroom.
our bedroom, and then hers is on the other side.
Oh, okay, in the basement.
Yeah, in the basement. And then I yelled, I said, Summer, Summer. And she didn't, I listened for a minute, I didn't hear nothing. So I went like this, because this is how I would get down here.
Yeah.
This is my husband's room.
Okay.
And over here, well, it's a mess again.
That's all right.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was, because Waylon's only 9.
Okay.
And they stayed down here.
Chris McDonough, what did the boys say happened?
Well, the boys have not, publicly made any statements. I know they were interviewed by not only Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, but the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department the day of the incident. But and as you can see there, she's almost wants to overemphasize that somebody had eyes on Summer at all time. Okay, and yet again we go back to this, going down into the basement area there. And one other interesting note, Nancy, is before I even got there, we had stopped at a market down the street, and I was supposed to meet with her husband as well up at the house. I think she made a phone call, and I believe she had made a phone call to her husband, who just inadvertently, wasn't there when I got onto the property. And when I got down into that basement, you'll notice the TV is on, and there's some programs on that, quite frankly, to any children being around it would have been inappropriate. So that in of itself caused, the hair to go up on the back of my neck, and I was really suspicious about the totality of this statement.
What was on the TV?
Yeah, so there was, what appeared to be some very inappropriate material for any children to be around. And I mean, it was a TV show where girls were lifting up their tops and, displaying their upper parts. And I just thought to myself, holy cow, this is right next to, Summer's bedroom. And if you look at that picture right there, Nancy, on this shot, that is also a family member who disappeared in Wisconsin.
And also, here's the thing, even if there was full-up porn playing on TV, obviously none of the children were present at that point. So, bit confused on this hammering in on it. But, go back to the first.
Her case has never been solved either, and that her sister's name was Rose, and this is Candace's sister. She pointed that picture out to me.
So, wait, let me understand. The mom's sister went missing?
Yes, her mother's sister, Candace's sister, is also another unsolved missing persons case.
Okay, that's quite the coincidence, isn't it? How old was the sister when she went missing?
I believe she was in her 20s.
Now we're hearing more.
Yeah, I come down and I searched. I looked up underneath the beds under there. We can't really get on. I can't get under there.
Yeah.
So I looked under there, looked under every blanket I could possibly.
Now, see, that is pretty crazy odds. Like, astronomical. Look it up. And, it's mostly a never, ever thing. Unless people are living in and around similar environment, which you could have that, obviously, abuse and all these other things, abuse of men, apples, trees, chains, repetitive patterns, so, I don't really know. I never sort of could figure out after I became aware of certain things here, and after summer vanished, my Candace Senior's all like, yeah, Rose fell off a horse a week before. And then maybe she just got confused and wandered away. You mean after parking her car in a different county, probably to make, I don't know, it's fun. Uh-huh. At a place like a truck stop where there'd be lots of doubt, like who did what, or whether it was a truck driver, or somebody where, and I don't know. Just having parked, I don't know. But even with their car parked in a different county across lines, making an investigation a bit more difficult. That car probably not filmed for a longer period that way too. But wildly enough, I believe Candace Senior said she and was it Rose, the other Rose, spotted it. I don't know, whatever that story was. She called that one at the dollar store, whatever the hell it was, and told her. But yeah, a week after Fallen Force got confused and just wandered away. But yet immediately on the news and summer is, oh, we just knew. And not again where it concerns Summer. And Summer couldn't want it. Like, I get it. Like, nobody's ever going to get me to believe Winnie the Pooh applies here either. Alright, I do not in any way, in my heart, soul, mind, anything else, believe that Summer just wandered off, never to be seen again, and perished in some way, and it's succumbed to the elements. In or around me now. Nope. Nobody's ever going to believe that. But if you, and it took me a while to figure out that what I was hearing wasn't necessarily what I was hearing, possibly, and it was that Summer wandered off. But they never really finished that sentence. So to me, I always, and I'm talking about law enforcement, at least in the first, and after I finally, I guess, listened, they never really fully finished that sentence. Wandered off and then what? You know? Yeah, we're not. So anyway, yeah, in case y'all missed that one in chat, we're just not gonna do that. But yeah, just nobody's gonna believe that it was Winnie the Pooh and succumbed to illness. Never gonna happen. Oh, and that's because of the actual terrain, and because Summer would have come out to all the four-wheelers, helicopters, all that. And because I think she absolutely at a certain point begun yelling, I think that would have been very audible no matter how far apart and distant you think everybody was. I think it would have been very audible to others in whatever locale around Ben Hill or in the hills she might have been. I also know that um, as you're traveling or doing up and down hills and round hollows, whatever, if your body's getting tired and exhausted, you don't necessarily keep climbing. You start gravitating towards the bottom, right? Um, because it's easier on your body, and even if you're not thinking correctly, you start going the easier pathway. And as you're getting more tired, more worn out, hungrier, colder, all these things, and also know that Summer at some point would have had to see lights. Would have had to have. From the other houses, neighbors, hell, the whole village down there lit up like a fucking UFO. She would have had to cross other roadways and hollows, something, you know what I mean? She would have been able to hear traffic sounds. Um, and she would have damn sure heard all the searchers out, and she got hungrier, more tired, and to begin yelling. I cannot for the life of me believe that she would have just walked into the woods and succumbed to elements. You know. So, but once I began to sort of listen, and it's just my opinion, but at least in the beginning periods, they never actually finished the sentence. When they would say that, there was a real possibility she wandered off. Okay, maybe a little, but then is that sentence left open ended, or is that I don't know.
Yep.
And then I come over here and I look on one side of the piano work. And I don't recall if this was locked or not. I don't recall that.
Okay.
But I know, I did come out here and I said, Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here and just sit here and play just for, And usually when she comes out and she goes directly that way up to the swing.
Okay, so this is like her.
Yeah,
where she come running out. Oh yeah, you can see the path here.
Right to the swing.
Right, you can see where she could have run right up to
and
here.
this is all the further she would go. She wouldn't leave.
Okay.
She wouldn't go out nowhere else.
There is a time frame here between this trailer and that house within, you said 2 to 10 minutes maybe.
No, 2 to 5.
2 to 5. And then she goes in and now she's gone.
Summertime expenses stacking up fast. For many, the only option is swiping that credit card, leaving you trapped in a cycle of high interest debt. But go to American Finances, talk to them. They look at your current debt and can show you how your home equity can work for you. Imagine rolling that high interest debt into
Don't get me started on age demographics and remortgaging homes.
one very manageable monthly payment. No upfront fees, zero pressure from salary-based consultants. Why is that important? Because they're not on a contingency fee. They're not salespeople that are going to get a cut if they sell you their services. On average, their customers are saving $800 a month, not $800 in all, $800 a month. Start today, and you might be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. American Financing, America's home for home loans. 866-888-0344. 866-888-0344. Or simply go online to americanfinancing.net/Nancy. americanfinancing.net/Nancy. And good luck. Back to you, Kristen Kwan.
And good luck? What is that? Like fucking lottery or bingo? Good luck. May the odds be with you. What the fuck?
Us, WCYB News 5 Bristol. So the mom's story is Summer goes in the home and within 5 minutes she's gone. That's the story.
That's the story, yes. And I mean, I think we've mentioned this before, but when you drive up their property, it's this extremely rough road, gravel road. And at the time, they had 3 or 4 dogs that would have been barking. So if somebody had driven up that road, I feel like they would have heard somebody coming at that point because the dogs would have been barking. You would hear any kind of truck or car that would try to make it up that road.
What do you make of the mom's story, Kristen?
I mean, I think it's hard. I think that, like we said, there's a lot of truth to what they did before that day. There's a lot of people that saw them go to the lake to swim, and then come home that day. But as far as what happened exactly on that hill, I think it's hard to know because there was only a few people that were up there that day.
Chris McDonough, did the mom have this casual demeanor the whole time she was talking about her daughter's disappearance?
Yes and no. There was a point in our conversation where she emotionally had a breakdown, Nancy. I mean, she literally, down by the waterhole when we were talking, this is just prior to getting up to her house. She had made a really interesting comment to me. She said, I just feel like there's a lot of weight on me and that God is, basically punishing me. That was her inference. And I actually turned off the camera because I just thought it was such a moving moment. But my experience also told me maybe she was going to release information that she's been holding in.
It's just odd for this fella. I'm gonna go with no. Believe the story to me though was that he had her damn near confessing she was gonna confess, and well, he told me EquuSearch fucked that up, but then somewhere near I don't know, when he got all pissed off, made fun of my cancer and disability voice, and he changed that to a equestrian group on here online. I'm like, oh, so you heard about Karen told you? Finally? A little mad about it? Why did he change it? I don't know. But I can tell you, he very much said EquuSearch and others and was pissed off at him, mentioned people on it. So I don't know. Maybe it was just a mistake rolled off his tongue a few times when he showed actual rage and anger. Because that's one of the very few times McDonough behind the scenes on phone calls with me would slip. He actually had real emotion. He was very upset that EquuSearch interrupted his confession of Candace. He had her on her knees getting ready to confess. But now it's just wholly turned off the cameras because it's a very touching moment. But he thought, wouldn't you want that on camera? Proof of it? Or. But alright. Who are you, Fred? With it wouldn't record it with Candace and I just would with everybody else. So, the hell?
That could give us a little more insight into Summer's disappearance.
Punishing her for what?
That's a great question. That is an absolutely great question, and I didn't want to press it. Obviously, in that circumstance, I wanted to get to the house and get a little more information. So that's where we kind of jumped off from the waterhole to here into the house.
Now mom is casting doubt on alleged child molesters.
And I just recently found out that there was I guess he's a child molester.
Okay.
That lived literally 8 minutes from my house. And he can literally walk from his house into my house within 8 minutes.
Okay.
Oh boy. But yet she doesn't mention others in there, or that's fine. Even closer, and it's strange. And don't forget that the one she's talking about there is one that even we inside the road they were mentioning too, and we're like, the fuck? Right? But then doesn't they go all the way back to Squall and them and the 3-week insertion team about the same time McDonough shows up and all them knowing everybody down that other way, with also freighting it, in different county to the wall, like, or using online to target and all that, and it's all run us through. I don't know. It's weird, isn't it?
That bushy area right there, you can't really tell if anybody's crouched down there or anything.
What do the authorities think?
I don't know what they think. I really don't.
Okay.
Chris McDonough, let me understand. The only way to get to Summer Wells's bedroom is through that crawl space, but is it?
I don't know about all that, considering messages from Candace after that point, but also conversations with, I think she had an idea in her head, her Dawn did, for sure, about what law enforcement thought. Even enough to mislead their own teams and lie to them. And the same shit, ways that was coming out McDonough's stupid pothole. But also even months later, shit that Candace Dawn clearly knew from the beginning was not legit real, but that shit had been being pumped out since the night Summer vanished, wildly enough. And so I was already calling out. I was like, what the hell? Where's that rumor coming from while we're all standing here with law enforcement, search crews, etc.? And it's like, what the fuck? That ain't legit. But, and Candace Dawn always knew it wasn't legit, but it was something I guess they just decided to roll with anyway. Even for months after Summer vanished, to get others targeted, I believe, and to get their teams near others and shit too under false pretenses. Also, only worrying about themselves. Yep. Pretty sure that's what that was about. Tells me that for months after, obviously they had the same train of thought about what law enforcement might have thought. And considering, they told me in person that, weeks later, obviously, they'd been requested to take more polygraphs and had refused, etc., at least for Hawkins, but said they would for TPI or feds. I don't know, man.
Door down there?
Yes, there is a side door down, and as Kristen talked about, when I pulled up, I counted 13 dogs on the property. So, number one, a suspect would have to park down at the bottom of that dog trail that she was talking about a little bit ago. And then number two, the suspect would also have to know the exact time Summer was going to be into that basement. Remember, we're only talking a 2 to 5 minute time frame here to know that child would be in that basement. And then from that point, he would have to take her out that side door. And an interesting point there is Candace made it a point to turn back to me. You saw when she was walking.
And how in the hell did this door suddenly become a side door now? Anybody?
Towards that side door to tell me she didn't know if it was open or if it was closed. And the reason for that is I believe she had actually told the authorities it was locked. And that was, something that maybe she was trying to fill that gap.
Locked from the inside. Got it.
I was saying doors locked, not locked. How's that filling a gap of time?
So the suspect would either have to go to the family bar/island, go into a little hole, go down the chute, land in the bedroom, to get Summer and then go out the door or encounter.
Now there's a little chute / crawl space / whatever under a trapdoor, but also like another level basement. Yeah. Nancy is entirely making this into fucking Raccoon City. Umbrella Corp.
13 yapping, screaming, baying dogs by going up the side of the hill, get through all the dogs, get through the side door.
And y'all don't know dogs. I'm don't even get me started on the dogs, okay?
Which she may have said, Mom may have said was locked, get Summer and leave without being detected. Those are the two choices from an outside intruder. Do I have that right, Chris McDonough?
100%, Nancy. You're right on target.
Okay. Kristen Kwan, agree, disagree?
I agree. I think at one point Don, Candace's father, did tell me he thought that she could have maybe been playing on the side of that hill, because the boys and Summer would sometimes go down on the hill and play in the woods there, and that he thought that maybe she could have been taken while they were playing and down on that
but not in 5 minutes. If the time estimate is correct, her disappearing within 5 minutes of going into the home, that doesn't seem possible, that she has time to go in the home, go down the chute, underneath the family kitchen island, land in her bedroom, and go straight out the door and start playing? I don't know if that's feasible if the timeline is correct. But then there are discussions of a polygraph.
There is a rumor about these polygraph tests. Clear that up.
All right, the first one that I took, and I didn't really take it because they kind of threw me in the back of the squad car, so I was really upset and, just I was crying my eyes out.
Okay.
And so when I got up there to the courthouse, we tried to do it, but I couldn't do it.
Okay.
I believe Candace's story to me was that a female agent, whatever, screaming in her face, pointing, was telling her that they knew she did it, etc. La, where's the baby, la. Had her upset, she couldn't take this for that first night. And then, I guess after Don and them did it, I don't know, Don made it a point at, it might have been one of his and Fred's friendly meetings, and Fred wandered off first, or Don just told me, I don't know, but anyway. I do remember Don, mildly enough, being in the usual spot of Fred near the trash can during that conversation, but he was like, oh yeah, Candace Felders, and he smirked, like that same smirk like on Dr. Phil. That one, in a way. A little different, but anyway, he was happy, gleeful, but he thought it was a fucking right. And he said he passed his, she didn't pass hers, a little what. And he's like, well, later on, not the same time period, later on, comes back and says, well, no, and he changes the stories up and all shit around that, so. You just never know what's true and not true. I know he had his ass all up in there when they were asked for more. And you'll hear him talk about that online. They refused because the way he saw it was they were just trying to give him more until they could hem him up. I think were his words on here. Until they could get, well, if there's nothing to get, then what the fuck? Or whatever, but and then he said that, or alluded to the fact that, like, they're just going to keep doing them until they get whatever, make you look whatever. But I remember when some of these conversations, things were going on, I was like, oh, whatever. Feel that way about Hawkins, so be it, but I'd still continue to cooperate with TBI, FBI, etc. Oh, we will. We're going to do it fast for you, and we'll take it. I believe Talk of Lawyers was around that stage as well. Depends on what you believe of them or anything else, especially after they started fucking around with tragedy pimps and speechwriters and scripters and on the ground motherfuckers and core shit and I don't know what else. You know, depends on what you fucking believe.
So we waited a few days, and then I went back and I did it, and I passed it.
Okay.
So
And then I believe Allie said because of a local YouTuber insider, they knew that Candace had passed or something, and then she went screaming down the road as soon as the reward funds really all this whatever the hell it was, I don't know, something like that. And I don't know if that was Allie's buddy that was around while she was passing it was on YouTube, or if that had a YouTube channel already, or if she's referring to one of the other locals that already had podcasts and YouTubes that are affiliated between both. I don't know. Hard telling that. But I think a whole lot of that also come from maybe what they were seeing and watching online too. And maybe just assumed. Honestly, it's back about like Allie and them. You can tell she's like, well, probably lies. Probably this. Well, maybe that. And maybe, you know, whatever. And she was trying to cut it off herself. Allie couldn't figure out which way she wanted to go for a reason for Summer's hair being shorn. So, yeah. And then she eventually also, I think, went with the Candace and Donna. She wanted it like, and, you know, I just, whatever.
and that was that.
Is that true, Chris McDonough? Did Mom pass a poly?
According to the family and according to Candace, she passed the poly, but I don't think there's been an official law enforcement information on that.
What about it, Kristen?
The law enforcement had never said whether or not any of the family members have passed a polygraph, but
oh no, forget Dom when he was pissed at certain items come out saying Candace Sr. failed the fuck out of hers too. But he came back and was like, no, she passed it. So there was those cycles as well. But they love gameplay right here. So whatever you make of that shit, right? And I believe that Lawson told Enton, though this place will always play the piece where Enton's like, oh yeah, law enforcement says they did take polygraphs and XYZ, as he's standing up in front of the camera by himself, but they rarely play you the piece where he's in front of Lawson, interviewing Lawson, and and he says, did they take polygraphs? And so does that mean that they're not persons of interest or suspects? And Lawson famously, and not the only time, says everybody's still a person of interest or suspect, because you hear Lawson say both things multiple times throughout all this. But even after he tells it, and yeah, polygraphs XYZ, Enton goes, well, does that mean they're not suspects or this here? And Lawson goes, no, everybody's still suspect or a person of interest. And he's obviously saying that in direct reference to Enton's questions about Candace Dunn polygraphs. But they will always, this group, they will always be like, Lawson said everybody's a person of interest or a suspect. In regards to anybody and everybody you all as creators know as want to torment the shit out of or put propaganda on, even after other law enforcement or whatever have said people are clearly not suspects or PRs or whatever, which could be true, could not be true. Law enforcement, God, they work in mysterious ways. But you know, they love playing those words of Lawson's, and they'll play that piece where he's saying, but they will cut Enton out of it, and then they will tell you and justify and play it for all, you know, as everybody's whatever. the thing is, and the problem here is that it's tragedy pimps and those like McDonough and all the rest on here and the ICs, everybody else who have named everyone as suspects or PYs and told the public they are, though none have ever been said to be. Yeah, law enforcement's never given the public or anyone else a suspect list other than in the reply to N's question about Candace and Dawn and polygraphs. And then goes, does that mean they're not suspects or they're ruled out? And Lawson goes, everybody's still a suspect or a person of interest. That's in regards to Candace and Dawn. Candace Senior, I guess, I don't know, but closest you ever get is, wobbly enough, I believe, Ansley being on here on HLN or one of those, with one of the, and saying that, suspects are said to be, Candace and Dawn. And then, church members close to the family. And then Candace Sr. outward onto other family members. And then neighbors. Neighbors is a big broad ass term. I don't take it any way at all. But you all are the ones that have went about making suspects and persons of interest out of people and proclaiming everyone is, though they have never been named. Really, even saying church members close to Summer, well, does that mean the SDA? Does that mean the churches they attended ever? What does that mean, right? And what do they mean by Candace Sr. outward onto other family members? I don't know, but like I said, that's by a reporter, not law enforcement itself, but as close as you'll get is Lawson saying that in response to Enton inquiring about Candace and Dawn and such. But this place cherry picks and cuts those parts to pieces, and then you all as creators use those words, and you go, they're not cleared yet. Everybody's a suspect person of interest. Okay, well, whoever named a whole hell of a lot of us, including the damn horse on the loose, the dead horse, and all the dead neighbors, everybody else, and everybody halfway across the fucking country and the world, and they're fat. I mean, Jesus, nobody ever gave y'all any of these names. Y'all just do whatever to whomever you choose or whoever you start with, because McDonough and douchebaggery and Candace and Dawn feeding everybody up behind the scenes and having this place do the dirty works and the nanners and the squalls and the teams, whatever. And then swearing to the public that everybody's still PR, a suspect, whatever, and nobody's cleared. The fucking truth of it is you were never given a damn suspect list or a POI list with anybody else's fucking names on it. No shit. So when you say that, now some of us though do, and I mean that like I personally, I don't give a shit. And I mean, as far as law enforcement goes, you motherfuckers are a different story. Law enforcement, I don't care who they look at, how long they look at. I don't care in the least. I feel like that's their job. That's what they do. And that's what they need to do and continue doing over and over and over again as many times as they like, or staying on or staying looking at everyone and anything until Summer's found and the perpetrator's arrested. And anybody that's all shook at or up in their feels about that, oh well. I mean, law enforcement and feds are trying very hard to find Summer. And I don't think anybody innocent has any problem being looked at, as long as it takes as thoroughly as necessary until Summer is found and brought home to her community and the perpetrator is arrested. That's just how I feel about it. So, yeah. And I gotta tell you, there's only a few that seem to take issue with that thought over the years. Anyway, let's carry on.
We do believe that they took them.
Kristen, where did
There to the courthouse.
I missed that.
We tried to do it, but I couldn't do it.
Okay.
So we waited a few days, and then I went back and I did it, and I passed it.
Okay.
So that was that.
Is that true, Chris McDonough? Did Mom pass a poly?
According to the family and according to Candace, she passed the poly, but I don't think there's been an official law enforcement information on that.
What about it, Kristen?
The law enforcement had never said whether or not any of the family members have passed a polygraph, but we do believe that they took them.
Kristen, where does the case stand tonight?
At this point, Summer is still missing. Years later, they still are following up on tips. They tell us it's not a cold case, that they continue to follow up on tips. The most recent one that we learned of was that one in November, back in November of 2025, when they were following up on a tip in Greenville.
And what became of it? What was the tip and what became of it?
So all we know about that tip was that they were searching a property on Van Hill Road in Greene County, which from Summer's home is about 16 minutes away, about 9 miles. Now, we tried to find more information on what exactly they were doing there, but unfortunately, the judge has sealed anything related to this case at all. So we don't know exactly, according to law enforcement, what they were doing at that home.
Where is Summer Wells? There is a $10,000 reward in place for information leading to the whereabouts of Summer Wells. A $10,000 reward. If you know or think you know anything about the disappearance of this little girl, please dial toll-free 800-TBI-FIND. Repeat, 800-824-3463. We remember an American hero, Officer Stuart Beasley, Jasper PD, Alabama, killed in the line of duty after 5 years on the force, leaving behind a wife turned widow, Melissa. American hero, Officer Stuart Beasley. Thank you to our guests, but especially to you for being with us tonight and keeping this search for Summer Wells alive. Nancy Grace signing off. But I'll see you tomorrow night, and until then, good night, friend.
Oh, well, that was enlightening. Lord mercy. Enlightening. Raccoon City Umbrella Corporation. Where the hell did that Brian fellow go? Anyway. Whatever, I guess they're done with them. We're done with them. Anyway, you guys. I am tired and I'm real uncomfortable in an upset stomach, weird way. So I'm hop off here. I know that at first, as I told y'all, remind me about a couple of things that I want to talk about that have been really odd in the past couple of days, but you know, I don't I just don't think I have the energy for those right now in this particular life. And it has gone on for quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave it here for now. And I may be back on later. If not, I will be in a few days. As most of y'all know, generally do not come on the 15th. I find it very disrespectful and all kinds of things. Also, as you can see, the tragedy pimps always got lining up and some trophies or mutual butt cheek clapping they want to do and thank each other and tragedy pimp meets and so yeah. Generally try to tune out on the 15th and keep it personal and quiet and just hold space and avoid this place as much as possible, if not entirely. Anyway, I'll do the same. As always, I will encourage you all to continue to share the DV/Universal and Signal for Help. It can and does save lives, all the way from health emergencies to domestic violence to crimes occurring in public settings, private settings, home settings, etc. Those with certain disabilities and things. Canada does save lives, okay? And the more you share it, the more people can learn it, the more you learn, more people can use it, and the more lives can be saved. And as always, I will ask that you please continue to share Summer's picture, a real picture, and her age progression photo with her flyer and basic information info. And at the top of that, please share a link to whichever article or news piece from real journalists, investigative journalists, etc. that you choose. Those like WCYB, WJHL, Bristol Herald Courier, Johnson City Press, Kingsport Times, Times News Online, etc. But change out the link every now and then to different piece, different article, different whatever. That way, the right person might see or hear the right thing at the right time, or people might rewatch or reread something and then have, wait a minute, I didn't think about this way before, or hold on, I didn't quite catch this before, or maybe what I thought this meant it wasn't that, and then just something jiggle loose, and whatever it is may still be needed by law enforcement and federal agencies, and it lead to Summer being brought home to her community, and the arrest and capture and all of the perpetrators responsible. And so, please continue to share for Summer. And that is the most tangible way in which you can help Summer is through that method and sharing real information and articles and newspaper pieces and Q&A from like local surrounding police agencies, state police, TBI, and FBI, and do remember there is a Q&A with them for summer. And like I said, real journalists, investigative journalists, WJHL, WCYB, Bristol Herald Courier, Rogers Review, etc. Okay, so stick with them. I would suggest you not share anything tragedy pimp info related, and that includes even our idiot dumbass selves around all of this. Because get this, we aren't shit, and unless law enforcement says so, and well, that will eventually, occur, I'd assume. But otherwise, it's just us speaking what we know to be real life around one another. That road, our lives around summer, things we witnessed, events that occurred, receipts we held, things like that, And unless some of those things count one way or the other, only law enforcement can say, and therefore we are not your, quote, sources of info are the ones that should be shared. Okay, only law enforcement agencies, federal agencies, and real journalists, investigative and otherwise, right? I would also hazard you to stay away from talking heads and bullshitters like Eden and bullhorns and the rest, okay? That's just how I feel about it. But anyway, yeah. But that is the most tangible way in which you can help Summer or any of these cases that these tragedy pimps try to latch onto or do. If you really want to help the victim or victims, survivors, fighters, their families, law enforcement, real justice, rights, all branches of government these people are piddling at this point, and your own damn freedoms. Do not get me started on lockdown and jail and all them, what they managed to do and get rights and freedoms taken away from all Floridians with this cesspool garbage down here in this lowest sector that makes the biggest one turn. If you care at all, I would tell you to always turn your eyes away from, quote, true crime over here and on other social media platforms, quite frankly. And that these are not helpers or advocates or anything remotely good, kind, decent, or normal, in the least. And they don't care about any victim, survivor, fighter, families, communities, law enforcement, justice. They don't care any more than wrongly spelled names hashtagged into titles, ones and twos and chats, like buttons, and sides and sports team mentality and drama and whichever heart they choose for whichever victim for y'all to fall for the crowd participation, dopamine releases, and all that manipulation of you all. Anyway, so please do that for not just Summer, but for all the others you ever see these same folks latched onto or latching into, especially this group around. And so many others. Don't mistake my dislike of McDonough as me saying it's all just on him. It's not. There are other big characters involved, including well beyond him. So, he's just one of the many. But he's one of the main fucker-uppers. And acquisition folks. Somewhat wildly enough on all four in Tennessee. Strange, huh? So anyway, but I would encourage you to do the same for any other victims, survivors, fighters, etc. Use this group and such latched onto or latching into. And definitely for Summer, Sebastian, Layla, and Holly in here in Tennessee. That this same group is tampering with, hindering, screwing around with, all that. and their families and neighbors, communities, law enforcement, and you got to think in the 3 year, obviously, same law enforcement, and in at least 2 of the 3 years, same federal agencies, and then you have Sebastian's, same federal agencies. So that's 3 cases these people are causing this chaos and inundation of, and bullshittery and their bullshit court crap and RICO bullshit, where all of them really deserve to be on the defendant's side instead of playing for it. If you know, you know. That's a new thing with them. Started around the time of Summers. But yeah, now they're making it a handy dandy written notebook play-by-play thing. In every case, all these crazy lawsuits and all this stuff inserting it, even in courts, I just can't. Alright, so if you've been around here enough years, you know. But anyway, guys, please do that for Summer, Sebastian, Layla, and Holly. Same thing. Their basic flyer information and information links from legitimate sources and law enforcement and federal agencies. Okay. Alright, you guys. Much love to all of y'all. Enjoy the spec, the vast cosmos, and the ride in it and through it. Enjoy the dance of life, all the storms, the sunshine. Enjoy your favorite critters, your favorite people, your favorite snacks. Remember to always say, I love you to those you love as they come and go throughout the day. Because you just never know, man. And my best advice would always be to never go to bed angry. Know that all storms pass. And the sinners or eyes or whatever will be calmer, and on the outside edges there's a better day. And to always be good pebbles and sparks and voices when and where you can. That matters greatly in this world, this universe, and humanity and everyone in it. You don't have to be perfect, not even. None of us are. But a small smile at a stranger on a not so great day can change their life and travel the world faster than light. And change and save lives or do all kinds of amazing things that you may never realize or think about or know. But I promise you that's what small little things can do. So keep that in mind. And do try to step outside these boxes and screens and go make friends out of strangers and have true, long, lengthy conversations and all that, and try to get back to something besides 15-second attention spans and thinking the world is absolutely beyond terrifying, and if you got the door without packing, like 6 Uzis, a tank, etc., you're going to be, I don't know, Epstein or whatever, murdered, or I don't know, whatever propaganda they're feeding you. Alright? For the greater good of all humanity, we all need to remember each other and community in a sense of belonging together and not being afraid of one another to step outside any longer, to get outside these boxes, and to communicate and to connect outside of these boxes. Alright. I know, irony and hypocrisy, I get it. But, right. But y'all have a good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever y'all are. And, I'm gonna try not to touch any more buttons for now. And next time I hear somebody remind me about the, 2 strange events and / stories over the last day or two we've had because they are kind of noteworthy in their own ways. Anyway, I will talk to y'all later, talk at you, etc. Much love, guys.